Tonight from Fenway Park, the Red Sox begin their most important homestand of the season so far. The last 9 leading to the All-Star break, beginning with the Angels and coming off a highly disappointing 2-4 road trip. Hi, everybody. Great to have you back with us at Fenway. I'm Dave O'Brien. My partner, Jerry Remy. Garen Austin joining us in just a moment. Jerry, the Red Sox went on that road trip trailing by just a game and a half the Baltimore Orioles in the division. They return home 5 back. June is mercifully over.
Yeah, they're happy to see June go out the window because, you know, the difference between May and June was incredible for the Red Sox. We look at May, they were 18-10, but in June, 10-16. And look at the batting average. The team average 305. Now, that's off the charts in May. It's very respectable at 271, but quite a dip there. The home runs is the biggest thing we noticed here. 46 in May, only 27 in the pitching, giving up almost a run more per game than they were in the month of May. So you add all those things together, and you have a disappointing month. Now, they hope that things can turn around quickly, and this is a very important time for them. As you mentioned, you know, they've got a lot of home games coming up. They've got this homestand, the All-Star break, 3 in New York, and then back home for another long homestand. So it's an excellent time for them to get rolling and pick up some ground.
All right, and starting off with an Angel team that is buried in last place inside their division. Add to that Stephen Wright, who's been the Red Sox best starter. He's on the bump tonight, chasing his 9th win of 2016. May very well be headed to the All-Star game. Feels like a must for the Red Sox here against the Angels. And is brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. The 2017 Kia Sportage. Visit any KiaDealers.com to learn more. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. Subaru Retailers of New England. Sleepy's. Shop Sleepy's 4-day doorbuster weekend with special July 4th holiday deals every day. Sleepy's, the only mattress professionals. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Well, the Red Sox taking on the Angels in Game 1 of this homestand. We bring in Garen Austin. And Garen, time to bring some additional help to the ball club. The cavalry has arrived.
Absolutely. As the Sox hope to turn things around during this homestand, they'll get a huge boost with Brock Holt returning to the lineup. Holt said that it's been a long road back, and he's still not 100%, but after a lengthy rehab assignment, he feels ready to go.
I'm definitely feeling a lot better. You know, my rehab games down there, I was able to put together some good at-bats and hit some balls hard, so that kind of gave me some confidence to, you know, to take the next step.
You know, the progression that he's come through, we know that there's going to be diminishing symptoms as he gets further along. You know, the plan right now would be for him to play tonight and Sunday against 2 right-handers. Beyond that, we'll continue to monitor on his availability and check him every day.
Well, there is no question the Red Sox have missed his energy. He also hit .320 during his rehab stint, and they have missed him in left field. He's back in there tonight against the Angels in Game 1 from Fenway. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Well, the Red Sox on the field as Stephen Wright has let them out 8-5 with a 2.18 ERA. Here's the Angel lineup brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Cole Calhoun has good power to that leadoff spot. He's in right. The great Mike Trout in center. Albert Pujols the DH. Jeffrey Marte at third. Daniel Nava, the former Red Sox outfielder, is in left field for them tonight. C.J. Cron at first. Johnny Giovatella at second base. Carlos Perez doing the catching. Andrelton Simmons is the shortstop and the number 9 hitter against the Sox starting pitcher. Presented by your New England Audi dealers. His last start, the shortest since Wright had one in the middle of May. 4 2/3 at Texas as the Red Sox took a loss.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 7th in the American League with 41 errors in 78 games. Marco Hernandez will be at third base, and Bogart's the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second, and Travis Shaw, the first baseman. Left to right, Brock Holt, Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts, and Christian Vasquez doing the catching for Stephen Wright.
Here are the umpires brought to you by your ToyotaCertified.com. It'll be John Tumpane behind the plate. Paul Nart at first, Mark Wigner at second, Alan Porter at third base. And we're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory back Toyota Certified used vehicle right now.
Buenas noches, amigos.
And the forecast for tonight was a little sketchy a couple hours ago. Right now 77 degrees. It's out to left, that wind at 12 miles per hour. A chance of thunderstorms. Set for the first knuckleball from Wright against Cole Calhoun, a .288 hitter with 10 homers. And he will take ball one. We're underway. The Angels in last place in the West, already 18.5 games out, way behind Texas. Fouled off of the home plate umpire.
Last year, Stephen Wright faced, as you look at the standings in the West, and you see the Angels 32-47. Texas running away with that division right now. But last year, Stephen Wright twice faced the Angels, 1-1 with a 6.25 ERA.
Calhoun with serious power out of that leadoff spot. Last year, he hit 26 homers with 83 RBIs. And he swings for the fences.
Yeah, the problem the Angels have had of injuries. I mean, they've had a lot of injuries to their pitching staff.
Yeah, their pitching has been awfully bad. They are 14th in ERA in the American League coming into this series. And a 1-2 pitch to Calhoun. Missed a little high with that one. Mike Trout is up next. He is always a treat to see. Having an excellent year. He has 17 home runs. And Wright with a 2-2 offering. And in tight for a ball.
That ball looked like it was going to be a strike, and at the last minute just broke inside. And pretty good job by Calhoun to lay off that pitch. Looks like a strike, and there's the break inside.
Red Sox starting pitchers have retired the side in order in the first inning just once in the last 19 games. That's been a huge problem, as that one is flicked foul. And the Red Sox have not scored in the first in their last 17 games. And they've been outscored 22-0 over that span. Right, with those 3 complete games, all of those have come on the road. Calhoun back in, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And ripped into right center for a base hit. So he will not get them 1, 2, 3 in this inning. Well, this greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. The last 23 games for the Angels, it's been bad. 6-17 their record, averaging less than 4 runs a game. Mike Trout during that span, however, is hitting .353 with 5 home runs. So he's been doing his thing. Trout to get in at .323, 17 homers and 53 runs batted in.
Yeah, right now on a 7-game hitting streak, 1 for 5 in its career off Stephen Wright, and that was a home run.
So Calhoun getting his lead, and it's knocked foul out of play. Hanley Ramirez out of the lineup tonight. He's day to day after that big painful swing the other day at Tropicana Field. Red Sox could not get out of there quick enough.
Doesn't seem to be a serious injury for Hanley, but one that'll keep him out of the game tonight. Possibly back in the lineup tomorrow.
Trout has hit a home run in every American League park except for Fenway. And he has 59 career at bats here. We see that big smile after those fouls off the knuckleballer over and over, don't we?
Sometimes hitters are just amazed at how much the pitch moves.
Wright has him in a hole, 0-2.
It's like he's going to go fastball upstairs.
Just missed with it. It was the heater at 88.
See if Vasquez give the sign. He wanted the fastball up. It doesn't get quite upstairs, but it does get close to the outside corner.
1-2. Pujols next. And here it comes. And it is in there. He got him. And Trout will dispute it, but Tumpane rings him up for the first K today for Wright.
Yeah, Trout thought that pitch was too high. And so did Mike Scioscia out of that dugout. And you'll see on the strike zone that it's just barely at the top of the strike zone. Trout was actually shaking his head no as the pitch was crossing the plate.
You have time to do that with a knuckleball. You know, no. Pujols now, the 3-time National League MVP, hitting .247 with 14 home runs. And he'll take a ball. Wright comes in, still leading the American League in ERA at .218, even with that rough start in Texas. 1 out, 1 on, and a 1-0. A strike. So he went back to the fastball at 85.
One thing you might notice, the infield and around home plate has not been warded down before the game. They normally do that, and infielders like that. But the fact that there's a possibility of rain coming tonight, they did not do the infield. And as a next infielder, I didn't like that. But you got to play the conditions.
Couple of stolen bases for Calhoun, who's the son of a former pro bull rider. He's out of Arizona State, just like Dustin Pedroia, who shades towards second base. Here comes the 1-1. Another throw over, and he's back in. Stephen Wright confided to teammates it was so muggy, so humid, and he was sweating so much in Texas that the baseball was slipping off the fingertips. He couldn't get a very good grip on that knuckleball.
Yeah, we kind of speculated about that after hearing about the trouble he had in the rain here at Fenway.
Popped up toward foul territory. That'll cruise on out of play.
That's why we don't want any rain tonight here at Fenway. No showers.
Please. Short outing for him, 4 2/3, but only 3 of the runs were earned, so that ERA did not take a mighty hit. The Red Sox did. They wound up losing that game 10-3. Jeffrey Marte, their third baseman, is on deck. And a 1-2 pitch. He left it up.
You know, you like to run on knuckleball pitches because you know, it's no guarantee the catcher's going to catch the ball. But the fact is, Stephen Wright is fairly quick to home plate, so it's hard to get a great jump off him. If you do go, you hope it's one of those knuckleballs that kind of deflects off the catcher's glove.
Pujols swinging a good bat. 476 his last 21 at bats, and another one high to make it 3-2. So a choppy start for Stephen Wright. May have been fortunate to get the strikeout of Trout. Angels have lost 9 of their last 10. And really stumbling coming in. Runner goes, and it is up and away for ball 4. So he's walked him. And immediate first inning trouble. First and second with 1 away from Marte. Jerry, what is it about the first inning?
Well, first innings have really obviously been a problem for the Boston Red Sox. You know, what do you do about it? I mean, you know, just got to let guys go out there and work their way through it. I mean, you try different things in the bullpen. You have guys warm up, then sit down, get up, warm up again. I mean, there's all kind of things that pitching coaches try if a guy's having scuffles in the first inning. But the fact is, I mean, you just got to go out there and do it. I mean, it's you know, it's that simple.
For so long through April and May, the first inning was the golden inning for the Red Sox, offensively more than anything.
Yeah.
But the pitching was holding up its end of the bargain by zipping through the first generally. Then all of a sudden June and the first inning was a total roadblock. And the Red Sox were giving up runs by the bushel in the first, and now Wright trying to get out of this without any runs. Marte, a .250 hitter. He looks at a strike. He was called up on the 31st of May from Salt Lake City.
Marte has never faced a knuckleball of Stephen Wright.
Opponents have now scored in the first inning in 6 of the last 8 games against the Red Sox. That is really getting old. Cut out and missed, and now he's behind 0-2.
That swing didn't look too good right there on the knuckleball, so I would be surprised if Wright went to anything but the knuckleball. A little bit of movement right toward the end, and you can see clearly swinging underneath that.
First and second with 1 down. And the 0-2 to Marte. Couldn't get him to chase it. Old friend Daniel Nava is on deck.
Yeah, that time Wright took a little bit off the knuckleball, a little bit slower that time, and not getting it over the plate for a strike.
Again for Wright, 2 career starts against the Angels, 1-1, a .625 ERA. Here's Calhoun at second, Pujols at first. And a bounding ball to third, charging in Hernandez right down the bag, gets the force, throws to the bag and gets him for a double play. Hernandez timed it perfectly and gets 2. It's brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. It'll be Mookie Betts to lead it off, then Dustin Pedroia, Xander Bogaerts, David Ortiz, Jackie Bradley in center. Brock Holt is back. Travis Shaw at first. Christian Vasquez doing the catching. Marco Hernandez at third base against Yolis Chacin, who is 3-6, a 5.64 ERA, acquired from Atlanta on May 11th.
Chacin basically a sinker ball pitcher, throw a lot of breaking balls also, as you see right there. He has walked a lot of guys on the season. So the Red Sox have to be very patient with him, although he is quickly ahead of Mookie Betts. No balls and 2 strikes.
Angels starting pitcher is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Mookie was 2 for 14 in the Tampa Bay series. So he is happy to see an AL West opponent. He has a 21-game hitting streak against that division at 369. Pedroia on deck. Long homestand here. 9 games right to the All-Star break. Chacin with a 1-2, and that'll miss.
They're already going to 3 straight breaking balls now against Mookie Betts.
Mookie's still leading the majors in runs scored.
Back to another slider.
Ripped toward the wall. That one hitting the monster. Trout will play it off the monster into second base with a double sliding in Mookie Betts to get the Red Sox started back at home.
Now what happened there is, I mean, he made Betts look bad on 1 breaking ball. And we told you that he throws a lot of breaking balls, and then finally he leaves one out over the plate, and Betts had saw 4 in a row by that point. So he's got a gauge pretty good, and he puts it up against that left field wall for the leadoff double.
Well, his last 5 starts, Chacin has failed to pitch beyond 5 1/3, so he has been a fast exit. Red Sox trying to add to that. Here's Pedroia now, 304, 7 homers. He's driven in 30 runs.
He'll be thinking about moving the ball to right field on the first couple of strikes. The Angels defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 13th in the league with 51 errors in 79 games. Marte will be at third base. Simmons the shortstop. Gianvatella at second. And Crone the first baseman. Left to right, Daniel Nava, Mike Trout, and Cole Calhoun. And Carlos Perez doing the catching.
The Red Sox so infrequently in June had a quick lead in the first inning. That'll be a strike at 90. Xander Bogaerts on deck. Kind of amazing. You go back to May 4th of 2011. The Red Sox record against the Angels since that date is 7-21. He does go to the right side. Gianvatella will toss on to get him, and down to third base goes Betts.
That's a beautiful job there by Dustin, because that was a very difficult pitch to take to second base. That ball was down very low, and it was toward the inside part of the plate. But Pedroia able to go and get the hands inside the baseball, advance the runner to third base. Well done by Pedroia.
Which is good unselfish baseball.
Yeah, and the Red Sox got to get back to doing those little things. That's a good start right there.
That's a great point. They did that pretty frequently the first couple of months when they were leading the universe in runs scored. And get that lead. Here's Bogaerts now, 342, 9 homers, 50 RBIs, and he'll take ball 1. Xander had a chilly trip, and he looked tired on it for long portions. He went 4 for 20. Still ranking second in the majors in hits. He has 110 hits. No score here in the bottom of the first inning. And the count 2-0 with Ortiz waiting on deck.
Well, the outfield very deep. Mike Trout very deep in center field. He plays a deep center field, likes to come in on the baseball.
Xander hitting .393 with runners in scoring position, so this is his spot. Chacin with a 2-0. High fly foul down the right field line. No play for Calhoun. This home field advantage is brought to you by Lowe's, and category American League leaders in home batting average Desmond of Texas, we just saw him. He's having a great year, hitting .378. But Ortiz at .378. Xander Bogaerts at .345. At Fenway. You could really feel the tension in the air coming to the ballpark today.
It's been a tough stretch, obviously. We all know that for the Red Sox. Very tough road trip. A lot of pressure right there on John Farrell.
2-1. Toward the middle, charging in the second baseman Giovitella. He'll get him, and the run is in. Betts scores to make it 1-0 Red Sox.
So you can really give credit there to Dustin Pedroia on that, because he's the guy that took a very tough pitch and moved it to the right side. And with the infield back early in the game, all you've got to do is make contact. Anywhere but the pitcher, and the run's going to score. So Bogaerts gets the job done. Pedroia gets the job done. All started by Betts with the double.
Picks up another RBI to Xander Bogaerts, number 51. And sends up David Ortiz, hitting .336, 18 homers. He's driven in 63. 1-0 Boston in the first inning. We have not said that in a while. On a swing and a miss, strike one. Red Sox last scored in the first inning on the 11th of June.
That was that very good sinking fastball too from Chacin. You see Simmons on the second base side in the shift.
The 0-1 got a piece. It was the first run in the first inning in the last 18 games for the Red Sox. Fans want to take a picture of that. Jackie Bradley on deck. David's last home run on June 17th against Seattle. He goes up the middle, a dive and a miss there by Simmons. That's going to roll into right center field, be a base hit for Big Papi.
He's down, no balls and 2 strikes, and Chacin tries to throw him a changeup, and the changeup gets taken right back up the middle for the base hit. So even in the shift, they can't defeat the David Ortiz swing. That changeup on the outside part of the plate, but elevated, and that certainly helped Ortiz make contact, and hard contact.
So the second hit in the first inning against Chacin will send up Jackie Bradley, .294, 13 homers and 50 RBIs. How about the game they're playing in Toronto right now between Cleveland and the Blue Jays, as that one misses for ball one. They're in the 19th inning and tied 1-1. Remember, the Indians have won 13 straight.
You know, I started to watch that game at 1 o'clock this afternoon in the Red Sox clubhouse, and it's still going.
Still going. It's up in Toronto. Here's the 1-0. A strike. Jackie just 5 for 23 on the road trip. He did have 1 home run. And on Wednesday, caught stealing for the first time in 21 career attempts. And it was ugly, as the Red Sox were down 4-0 at the time. And why he was running is a great question. That one is knocked foul out of play.
And the Red Sox have to get back to the basics of the game, which they were doing so well in the month of May. And that was part of the closed-door meeting that they had down in Tampa. Since that time, they are 1-1, but this first inning was a good example by Pedroia.
2 down, a run in. Ortiz at first base. And a 1-2 to Jackie Bradley. Cut on and missed, and he is retired, but the Red Sox are on the board 1-0 after 1. July weekend and spending time in America's most beloved ballpark. Great seats still available for tomorrow through Tuesday. For tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/tickets or call 877-RED-SOX-9. Red Sox have the lead behind right 1-0. Dustin Pedroia with some smart hitting. That certainly paid off on the ground ball out by Bogaerts to bring in Betts. And here's Daniel Nava to lead things off for the Angels. Good to see Daniel back at his best season with the Red Sox in 2013, helping the Red Sox win a World Series. And that year he hit .303 with 12 home runs and drove in 66 runs. He was a key guy. He slaps that one toward the shift, a slide, and it's going to be knocked into the outfield by Bogaerts. So Nava will be on. That's actually Hernandez who got a glove on it. And it's going to be a base hit for Nava.
That's one of those tweeners. You know, we've seen a couple of those where they go between the shortstop and the second baseman, and it's almost like you don't know which guy is going to make the play. That time, kind of a weird slide for this by Hernandez, and the ball just pops right over his glove. I mean, both guys are afraid to go head first into a dive because they're so close together.
C.J. Cron will be the batter, the first baseman, .265 with half a dozen home runs. Cleveland is now taking a 2-1 lead in the 19th inning of that game as it's flared into left, and Brock Holt will make the play for a fast out. Sunday on a special 4th of July episode of Nesson Clubhouse presented by Delta Dental of Massachusetts, we explore the evolution of the World Series ring and learn how to customize a glove for an ambidextrous pitcher. Catch it Sunday at noontime. Giavitello will be the batter, second baseman at .269. He's hit 6 home runs, runner at first base and 1 out. And Wright delivers, and it's right through there for a strike.
That's very similar to last time out. Quite a few fastballs by Stephen Wright here early in the game. Fastball there to start off Giavitello.
Giavitello has hit in every spot of the Angels batting order this season except third. They're batting him 7th tonight. He takes that one outside and high.
It's be interesting for Stephen Wright as far as strikeouts go tonight, because this Angel ball club is the toughest team in the American League to strike out.
Trout whiffed and was not happy about the call. He was called out on strikes in the first inning. That was the first K for Wright tonight. Big swing and a miss.
And a big dip on that knuckleball. It started out high and then dipped back into the strike zone. And he gets the swing and miss on it. They say if it's high, let it fly, but then all of a sudden it wasn't high anymore.
Giavitello last year in September was diagnosed with a nerve condition, 4th nerve palsy. It causes him to see double every time he turns his eyes down or to the left. That can make hitting rather dangerous. And so he had to come out of the lineup in the last month of the season. It is no longer the case for him. Carlos Perez, the catcher, next. Red Sox ahead 1-0. And the 2-2 from the knuckleballer, and fought off foul.
Good job by Giavitello there, because that pitch was really taking off away from him, and he's able to foul it off and give himself another chance. It started on the outside corner, but again, we're seeing a lot of late action on this knuckleball early in the game. Watch how late that ball breaks away, right toward the end of the bat.
Nava after his base hit, leading away from first, but a tiny lead. Wright actually has a pretty good move to first base. And the 2-2 makes it 3 balls and 2 strikes. How many knuckleball guys did you face in your career?
I'm going to guess 2 or 3. I know Huff for sure, Candiotti for sure. There may have been another. Wilbur Wood I think I faced. So quite a few. you know, for knuckleball pitches, quite a few.
That would be a high number on anybody's list. Runner goes, and a line shot into right field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. Nava rounding. He'll be safely into third. Giavotella with a solid single. That'll put him on the corners for Perez.
And that's kind of Mike Scioscia baseball. You know, he likes to play the small game. You know, and that time the hit and run, the concentration by Giavotella also helped that he got a fastball in that situation and takes it to the opposite field. So they play a little first and third with the one out. You can see Nava looking up to make sure that ball is going to drop in, and he continues on to third base.
So that's 3 hits along with the walk against Wright here in the early going. Perez just a 190 hitter with 3 home runs. Simmons after him. Nava at third, Giavotella at first base. Wright coming in with the lowest ERA in the American League at 2.18. The last knuckleball pitcher to win the league ERA title was Phil Niekro for the Braves, who led the National League in 1967. Last knuckleballer to lead the American League was Hoyt Wilhelm in 1959. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Back to that fastball in for a strike.
Try to get as big as lead as you can, and Nava is trying to do that down the third base line, because with the knuckleball you never know when it might be a wild pitch, a pass ball. So you've got to be prepared to be able to score on something that might get away from the catcher.
Sox with a 1-0 lead. That game is over in Toronto, and the Indians on a home run in the 19th inning by Santana. The Indians have won their 14th in a row, as that one is cut on and missed to make it 1-2.
Well, that acted almost like a curveball. That knuckleball broke so much it looked like a curveball coming in to Perez. There you see the lack of rotation, and watch right at the end how it breaks down and away. I mean, guys would love to have that for a curveball.
Looking for another K here, or another double play ball. And might have one right here. Hernandez digs it to second, on to first, and got it. Double play. His second in as many innings, and started by the third baseman. 1-0 Boston.
Welcome back to Fenway Park. Bottom of the second, the Red Sox have a 1-0 lead. I'm Garen Austin. Hi, everyone. I talked to Brock Holt before the game, and he said dealing with a concussion has been very frustrating, and it's taken him a lot longer to get back than he anticipated. Holt said that he's still experiencing lightheadedness and that he's taking medication for headaches, but he said his rehab assignment gave him a lot of confidence, and he feels good. Guys, Holt said that he's just hoping for no setbacks, and he's just happy to be back with the guys.
Well, Garrett, thank you. And he's been missing since the 19th of May. So, Jerry, it was a lot longer than anyone thought. They thought maybe just the 7 days on the concussion list and then he'd be back. No such luck.
Yeah, second time in his career he's had a concussion, and this one took a long time. It's great to see him back up here with the big club and feeling better.
Hit the ball well with the Paw Sox on his rehab. Had a couple of doubles, 320. But it was one of those deals where he would feel okay. He'd start to feel normal. He'd go to bed at night and wake up dizzy again.
Yeah.
And that happened several times during the course of the rehab. The 2-1 will miss.
They got the shift on him in the infield, too. 3 men on the right side against Brock Holt. Only Marte left at the third base, between third base and shortstop.
Marte about to be beamed up in there for a called strike. On deck, Travis Shaw and then Christian Vasquez. Travis at first base tonight. Marco Hernandez has been a busy guy at third, starting a pair of double plays. And the 3-2, and in there for strike 3, and no argument from Brock. Second strikeout for Chacin.
Yeah, back to the inside corner with the fastball. And just completely freezing Brock Holt. You know, you're getting the mindset when you have 2 strikes on you that it can protect the whole plate. So you're thinking about the ball from middle away. And a lot of times that fastball then will just completely freeze you as a hitter.
These cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light, active leaders in consecutive games played in the American League. Jose Altuve with 170. Mike Trout's on that list, and so is Travis Shaw at 132 according to Elias. 8 home runs for Travis. He belted one a long way at Tampa Bay. He lifts this one high, but not deep enough to right. And Calhoun underneath this for the second out. Follow Red Sox baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment with game day, live game video highlights, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball, on your smartphone or tablet today. Vasquez to step in next. Red Sox ahead 1-0 against the Angels. Christian hitting .215 with 1 home run, of course, against the Yankees. He takes a strike.
2 for 11 on that last road trip for Vasquez.
So the Indians have won 14 in a row. Terry Francona has them rolling. They have not lost since the Cavaliers won the NBA title.
Cleveland's going pretty good right now. They're all happy in Cleveland.
19 innings, 19 pitchers used in the game. 1-2 now on Vasquez.
That's a pitch he'd like to have back. He got a fastball right down the heart of the plate and fouled it back. Watch the location of this pitch to Vasquez. I mean, that's a very hittable pitch, and instead he fouls it off.
We got to do more with that. Here comes the 1-2 to the catcher. Hernandez to follow. And here it is. And he slaps another one foul. Well, June was just a miserable month for the Red Sox. They went 10-16, a .385 winning percentage, their lowest as far as winning percentage for the month since 2002. 1-2 coming. And some of the losses, like, you know, losing 2 out of 3 at Tampa Bay. They had lost 11 in a row. Lost a game in San Francisco they should have won. A game in Minnesota they should have won. Lost 3 here to the White Sox recently. There were a lot of winnable games that got away. 1-2. Inside, hit him. Vasquez is on.
That's exactly what you don't want to do. I mean, you got 2 strikes on Vasquez. He tries to come inside, but he gets the uniform top. Vasquez, so puts the number 8 hitter on when he was ahead in the count.
So the 9-man Hernandez to climb in at 250. If you look at Mike Scioscia now in his 17th year as their manager. That is unheard of this day and age. Scioscia is signed through 2018. Long contract for him. 2 down and a man on. To the second baseman, Giovitella. And plenty of time to get him. And that'll do it for the Red Sox. Alex Spear joins us in the booth in just a moment. Designed by Joseph Abboud, custom made in the USA of fine Italian fabrics and available at Men's Warehouse. Alex Spear joining us at 108 Stitches and the Boston Globe. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thanks. Great to be seen.
Brand new month. I think everybody with the Red Sox is certainly grateful that it is a new month, turning the page on June. But first pitch to Simmons will be inside for ball 1. You did some research today about the teams that go on deep into the playoffs to win championships. Can they have a month like that and still win?
The answer is kind of a qualified yes.
Popped up into left, coming on Brock Holt, and a quick out to get Simmons.
There have been, since 2000, we're now up to 16 teams that have won the World Series, and of those, I believe 3 have had a month that was as bad as the Red Sox, or in which they had a winning percentage of under 400. So you're not looking at a lot of teams, but the 2006 Cardinals, who are viewed as one of the worst World Series winners ever, were in that group. The 2014 Giants had a 10-16 month of June, just like the Red Sox did. They obviously went on to win the World Series. They also had a better pitching staff than the Red Sox, although that pitching staff consisted just of Bumgarner in October.
But enough, yeah.
And last year's Royals also had a sub-400 winning percentage in the month of September. They were 11-17, but turned on the Jets, obviously, when the games mattered most.
Right.
But with very few of those teams had 2 sub-500 months in a season.
Ground ball to Shaw, and they'll underhand flip to right, and 2 up and 2 down.
So it's 30 games, or it's 30 days. It's 26 games. It's still you can overcome a bad stretch like that, but you can't have another one of them, I guess is what.
Well, would you agree with us? We were talking about how important there are so many home games coming up on this homestand, and then after going to New York for 3 games, another long homestand for the Red Sox. I mean, I know it's early, but it could be make or break time.
Absolutely. Well, this is also how you have to fatten up. The reason why they're still in good position overall is because they did so well against the teams that were bottom feeding in the first couple months.
Torn into down the line, a fair ball off the bat of Mike Trout. He's going to race into second. It's dug out by Holt, and Trout has a double. He is 1 for 2.
That's an 8-game hitting streak for Mike Trout, and he takes a knuckleball right down that third base line and hard. Actually, it's a curveball. I'm sorry, the first curveball that Wright has thrown tonight. And Trout not surprised by it at all as he goes right by Marco Hernandez. It's not interfered with by the fan all the way down in the corner, and Trout standing in scoring position at second base.
It's incredible how much force he can generate on the baseball with such a compact swing when he wants to.
He's just a great player. So many skills, so many tools.
MVP, Rookie of the Year, Silver Slugger. He's won everything you can win, individually anyway, as Pujols hits here. Now, back to that question about just how crucial this homestand is. There are too many games to call it critical, but crucial you'd agree with.
Absolutely, because again, this is getting to where good teams are supposed to win these games against an Angels team that's entered coming off of its own awful month of June. I mean, theirs was their worst month of June since 1980, I believe. And so what they did so well in the first couple months of the season was beat teams that weren't playing well, took advantage of the Astros struggles and the Yankees struggles, and played really well against teams like that for that lengthy stretch of consistent play. They struggled to do that in June, so now they have the Angels, they have the Rays coming up at the end of this series, a tough Texas team in between. But if you're going to show that you are worthy of kind of investing a lot of chips in as a contender, as someone who, as a team that should be adding and spending a lot of those precious prospect resources, this is the time to do it, because there isn't that much left before the trade deadline.
The 2-1 to Pujols with Trout at second, and that'll miss outside. 3 balls, 1 strike as we chat with Alex Spear. We just had a shot of Dave Dombrowski there, looking like he was making a deal as we speak. But, you know, Dave has that reputation of making big, impactful deals at the trade deadline. I know a lot of fans in Boston, around New England, want to see a deal made before that, as that is ball 4. Pujols draws his second walk. What are your thoughts on that?
His history has typically been, at least with the Tigers, that he would make deals close to the deadline, and that is, there's a reason why almost all trades typically do happen right against that July 31st deadline, because then you can no longer continue to ask for something that you might not get, right? You're motivated to cut through to cut through everything. This is the final price. Okay, now we can make a deal. But he does have a history of addressing shortcomings in his teams, to the point where if you talk to talent evaluators, you talk to scouts that are following the Red Sox, they say Dave is going to make a deal. I mean, he has such a track record of identifying deficiencies and addressing them through the trade market. He has a willingness to deal prospects that a lot of other general managers don't necessarily share. He recognizes that there's a difference between a guy who has a lot of potential and someone who's performed at the big league level. Now, those players may blossom into something very good down the road, but they may not. And one of the most impressive things about his trade history with those recent July deals is that in many instances, the prospects didn't come back to bite the Tigers. They ended up being guys who at one point were very highly regarded, but it took them years before they were able to make a big league impact, if they ever made a big league impact at all. So he did a really nice job on selling high on prospects in order to get guys who could help his big league team.
First and second, 2 down, 0-2 the count on Marte, who was double up in the first inning. Right, trying to get him again, and he does. He struck him out. He caught him looking. Alex, thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Great
Always
to see
a treat.
you.
Thank you so much. And the Red Sox still on top, 1-0 at Fenway. Bring your company to a Red Sox game this year and enjoy one of Fenway's special pregame spaces, accommodating as many as 200 guests. For tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/groups. Mookie Betts to lead off the bottom of the third. Red Sox still on top 1-0, despite a couple of pretty good scoring chances by the Angels.
Double plays have really helped the Red Sox.
And 2 of those so far turned by Boston. Betts has scored the Red Sox run. Double in the first inning, and after one was out, Xander Bogaerts drove him in with a ground out, but that first out by Pedroia was such a key as he made sure to tap it to the right side and advance the runner down to third and get Bogaerts that RBI. And that one ripped into left field for a base hit. He's had a couple of great swings early. Betts 2 for 2, a single and a double. Time now for our tools of the trade presented by Stanley.
Dustin Pedroia, watch the location of this pitch. He's trying to move Betts along, and that is a tough pitch to do it on, down and in. But he gets the job done. The ground ball at second base, and then with the infield back, Bogaerts gets the ground ball, and the Red Sox pick up the first run of the ball game.
Stanley, the official tool of the Boston Red Sox. So Pedroia 0 for 1. He has a 5-game hitting streak as he comes back home to Fenway. He is due to hit one out of the ballpark. Throw back down to first base, and Mookie saw that coming as he dives in. Perez the catcher.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mookie try a stolen base if he gets the opportunity with Dustin at the plate. It was not a real quick delivery to home plate by Chacin.
Pedroia 1 for 8 against this right-hander from Venezuela, and he takes a ball downstairs. Pedroia did not hit a home run in the month of June. It was a chilly month for a lot of guys. They're hoping to turn that page here in July. And a 9-game homestand to kick it off. Here comes the 2-0. Double play ball, Simmons to Giavotella, and they turn 2.
Boy, did Simmons really do a nice job of getting rid of that ball quickly and getting it to Giavotella, the second baseman. And I mean, he really quickened things up. He has to back up a step right there, but look how quick his hands are. And he throws a perfect strike to his second baseman, and they get Pedroia by plenty at first base. Once he started to back up, I started to question whether it would be a double play, but he's so quick with it, they're able to turn it easy.
As smooth as it gets. He won not only the Gold Glove but the Platinum Glove at shortstop with Atlanta. This will be downstairs, a ball on Bogaerts, who has the RBI with the ground out in the first inning.
I did not even know they had a Platinum Glove.
Fairly recently, but that means you're better than guys on other planets.
I mean, you got to be really good to win one of those.
That's a sweet one. He's spectacular. Has a cannon for an arm. Base is empty. And a ball. DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Boston Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing on DraftKings now. Play free daily using the promo code NESSON at DraftKings.com. 3-0 pitch. He's taking all the way for a strike. Ortiz would be next. David has a base hit. Chacin's 3-1 will be ball 4. And so you will see David Ortiz in this inning.
That's not what Mike Scioscia wanted to see. He wanted to see a 1-2-3 inning. Well, let's put in the double play there, but he did not want to see Ortiz come to the plate with a man on base.
Ortiz beat the shift with a solid single in the first inning. Now hitting .338, but he started the month of July hitting .336. It's the highest average of his career on July 1st. And that one spanked into center field for a base hit. Bogaerts to second, stopping there, and Ortiz is 2 for 2.
I love the approach by Ortiz because, you know, he knows he's facing a single ball pitcher. That ball running away, from Ortiz. Now, if he tries to pull that ball, it's just going to roll over and ground into the shift. Instead, he goes right with it, just like he was taking batting practice. And now 2 for 2 on the night.
His next hit is going to be his 2000th. And we've come to find out about Ortiz that when he has a milestone right in front of him, and it might be 1 or 2 away, he jumps all over it and goes right past it. He did that last year with his 500th home run. He got 499 and 500 on the same day. Jackie Bradley 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Looking to pick up his 51st RBI. And a 1-0 pitch from Chacin. Grounded foul to make it 1-1. This is the second time this season the Red Sox have faced this right-hander.
Faced him in the Atlanta series, didn't they?
In fact, that is true. It's such a rarity to see a guy in the course of a season with 2 different uniforms. Braves were here on April 28th. He beat the Red Sox 5-3. Only went 5 innings, but he gave up 2 runs and he got the W. The 1-1, little dribbler to first base, easy stab for Cron, and that will retire the side. Red Sox will strand 2, 1-0 Boston. Iced coffee season is in high gear. Don't overpay for your iced coffee. Get a large iced coffee at Cumberland Farms for only 99 cents. Every day, anytime. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, Garen Austin with you from Fenway. Red Sox back home for 9 games. Right through to the break and have a 1-0 lead. Daniel Nava has a base hit. Daniel 1 for 1. He's had a lot of injury trouble this year. He missed 28 games with a left groin strain. He had his second DL stint because of left patella tendonitis. So he's been in some pain this particular season. Here's the 1-1 home. And a ball.
Pretty much straight up in the outfield, but you can see they got Marco Hernandez pulled over on the right side.
2-1 and back to the hill, and he's a quick out. So Nava now 1 for 2, and Cron will be next. Get expert emergency care without leaving the ballpark at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center First Aid Station, located behind Section 12 here at Fenway on the lower concourse. Visit bidmc.org. Cron, the first baseman, 0 for 1 with a fly out to left. As the Red Sox lead at 1-0, the hits are even at 4. Ripped, and a fair ball past the diving Hernandez. Up against the wall. It caroms back to Brock Holt. He throws into second. Going to be close, and he is out. He cut him down. Brock Holt back in the lineup with a peg. And Cron is gone.
Now what a play by Brock Holt. Now Socha's out. They're going to look at that in the clubhouse. But look how far Holt's got to go to get this ball. All the way down to the 310. Comes right over the top with the throw. Very quick release. And the throw right there apparently will beat him at second base. Pedroia's got it. Is the tag on? I believe it is. Before the foot hits the bag. What a play by Brock Holt. That's his 4th outfield assist.
And they will not challenge it. So 2 down. Nice to see him back in the lineup tonight after all those problems with the concussion. Giavotella is 1 for 1 with a base hit. They are getting some nice swings off of Stephen Wright tonight. But he is getting some defense. 2 double plays and now this play.
Yeah, the 2 double plays were very big for Stephen Wright, and that was a great play by Brock Holt. Just how far he had to go to get that.
The 0-1 toward the hole. A sliding stab by Shaw. He'll feed the pitcher. Wright's there. He gets him. Talk about defense. Very strong inning for the Red Sox there. After 3.5, 1-0 Boston.
The 1-0 lead, and what a play by Brock Holt and Dustin Pedroia. Look where Holt is and how far he's got to go to get to this ball and how quick he gets rid of it. It's almost like turning a double play for him. And the other end of it, Pedroia able to get the ball and read where the runner is. It's so important to get the ball a little bit early so you can turn around and find the runner to apply the tag. When it's a bang-bang play like that, it's very difficult because the second baseman's not facing the runner. But he had it in time to turn, see the runner, apply the tag.
Red Sox with 2 fine defensive plays in the inning. Brock Holt with one of those on the throw, and he takes a strike. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking. Brock Holt, last year's Red Sox All-Star. He was all by himself. That will not be the case in San Diego for Red Sox players come the All-Star game this year. Major League Baseball released its final update on All-Star game fan balloting, and 4 Red Sox are on track to start it. Xander Bogaerts, David Ortiz, Jackie Bradley, and Mookie Betts all on track to start it. And the way things are going for Stephen Wright, you've got to believe that he will be selected for that team, or should be selected for that team. In there for a strike. But that is up to Ned Yost, the manager for the American League, as far as the pitchers go.
A lot of shifting going on tonight. And once again on Holt.
Poke foul.
Pretty good job with 2 strikes. That ball away from Holt and just slapping at it to try to make contact. Not sure whether it was going to be called a strike. It was obviously not, but he's not going to take that chance of having it be a call 3rd strike.
Travis Shaw on deck. Red Sox ahead 1-0 in the 4th, and he backs away.
You know, that foul ball by Holt reminded me so much of Wade Boggs. He used to be able to do that. It seemed like anytime he wanted to take a pitch that was outside like that with 2 strikes and just foul it off.
Chacin with the payoff pitch. Foul that one away. Back in the day, they said Ted Williams was so good he could flick line drive fouls into the other team's dugout. If some guys were chirping, right at them.
Really?
I haven't tell you, could like 3 or 4 in a row. That was the legend anyway. 3-2. He fouls that one off his foot.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm buying it, because Ted was a dead pull hitter, you know, and I'm not sure he went up there wasting his time trying to pick guys off in the other dugout.
Yeah. If true, it's a great story, and even if it's a lie, it's a pretty good story.
It's still a good story.
Overshift around to the right on Brock Holt, and the 3-2 from Chacin. And time is asked for and granted by John Tumpain.
If we get a chance, ask me about the first time I met Ted Williams.
Lash foul. Well, tell me that.
We're in spring training, my first spring training with the Red Sox in Winter Haven, Florida. And of course, everybody's awaiting the arrival of Ted Williams. And I'm sitting next to Yaz, and Ted comes in and Yaz says, "Watch this." Ted walks up. There's a big mirror in front of some sinks as he walks by. As he stops and he puts his arms out and he says, "There he is, the greatest hitter of all time."
right to the mirror. Line drive toward left center. That's going to skip on by Nava. And up against the line scores, and Brock Holt has himself a double, his first hit since he returned to the lineup here tonight.
That's got to feel great for Holt, because you know he's been on the disabled list for so long, fighting that concussion. He makes a great defensive play earlier, and now he takes the ball to the opposite field for a leadoff 2-base hit. So it's up to Shaw now to do the same thing Pedroia did. Think about pulling the ball and advancing Brock Holt to third base.
Now, before he got hurt, he was a spark time and time again, just like he's doing here tonight. It's a spark the Red Sox have missed.
Asked John Farrell about that this afternoon. He said it's just a good thing to have that left-handed bat back in the lineup.
So leadoff double brings up Travis Shaw, who was fly to right, 0 for 1. And foul tips that one into the mid for a strike. Travis just 4 for 21 on the road trip. Not too many Red Sox had numbers to scream and shout about on that trip. But he did tie a career high with 5 RBIs on Tuesday night. And he has 3 of those games, 3 5 RBI contests. That's more than any other major leaguer this year. Hard hit, and through Cron down the line. That's going to bring in a run. Holt will score. Shaw to second base, and he is there in front of the throw. And the Red Sox are on top 2-0.
Well done. You know, first of all, you do your job. And your job is to pull the ball so you can at least advance the runner. He gets the bonus. He gets the ball by Cron at first base and scores the run. But there's no question he's trying to do his job by pulling the ball. That ball actually should have been knocked down by Cron. It goes underneath his wrist. and finds its way into right field. So the Red Sox get a run on that, but that should have been knocked down, and it really should be a first and third situation right now. But give Shaw credit. Did his job, got the bonus.
And picks up his 45th RBI. Lots of doubles for this Red Sox team. They need to get back to hitting more as Vasquez gets in. He was hit by a pitch in the second.
Same thing with Vasquez. Right side. Think right side.
He takes ball one.
You see the second baseman, Giavotella. He's in a little bit closer than he normally would be in case a hard ground ball's hit there. He's got a chance to go to third base and get Shaw. That's what you're thinking in this situation.
The 1-0 buried and knocked down by Perez. Now Red Sox getting good swings against Chacin. They have 6 hits, and 3 of those are doubles. Back-to-back doubles here in the 4th inning.
Even 2-0, you try to go to the right side.
On the way, and he takes a strike over the inside corner.
And that's a tough pitch to move over there because it's a fastball on the inside corner, a cut fastball. So that's a tough one to move to the right side.
Shaw the runner. Play on and a tag, and he's out. That got him. Simmons, the shortstop, came slanting over to take the throw from Chacin, and they got him.
Very quick was Simmons on that. He breaks for second, and soon as the pitcher saw him break, he spun around and threw there, and they got Shaw by plenty. And you know, it's always wise to try pickoffs with the slower runners. You see the daylight. When there's daylight between the runner and the fielder, that's when you spin and throw.
So now the base is empty. That's the first out in the inning, as Shaw is picked off in scoring position. Hernandez on deck. Red Sox ahead 2-0. But they have lost a man from second. And a 2-2. Poke foul.
That's what we used to try all the time. You know, it wasn't so much the fast guys that you tried to pick off a base. It was the slower guys, because the slower guys are always trying to get a bigger lead because they want to score on a base hit. And a lot of times they become much more vulnerable to a pickoff.
As you said, it was not close. The 2-2. Breaking ball swung on and missed. A 79-mile-an-hour curveball to get him. And now suddenly they're 2 away. Time now for the Geico Red Sox moment, honoring the '86 Red Sox season. In their 79th game of 1986, the Red Sox would lose to the Mariners 9-5. Dave Henderson went 3 for 5. He drove in 2 runs for Seattle. Wade Boggs 2 for 5, 2 RBIs and a run. Hernandez 0 for 1. He is grounded out to second. On that play at second base, is there a signal between the shortstop and the pitcher?
Sometimes there is, and sometimes there is not. And a lot of times we call it the daylight play, and it'll just be a sprint to the bag. And if the pitcher reads daylight between that runner and the fielder, he'll spin and throw. And you know, a lot of times there's many different ways to give a pickoff. You can see the glove go out by the shortstop. That may be one sign. There could be a sign from the catcher. There could be a sign between the shortstop and the pitcher.
Line shot and a base hit. Hernandez is on. He is now 1 for 2. Red Sox would have loved to have that man in scoring position.
But if we go back to that replay one more time, I think you're going to see the shortstop Simmons just flick his glove. And that means he's heading to second base and he wants the baseball. Watch the glove right there. You see it? Flicks the glove. He wants the pickoff attempt. So I don't think there was a prearranged sign on that.
Top of the order now, Mookie Betts, who has ripped a couple tonight, a double and a single. And he scored a run in the very first inning, something the Red Sox had not done in weeks. And he lines this one to right field for a base hit. Hernandez touching second. Here's the throw by Calhoun, won't get him. Now Mookie is caught between first and second, and he is going to be tagged out to retire the side. Well, the Red Sox lost a couple of men on the bases in that inning, and they have to settle for the 1-run 2-0. rise. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. To the 5th inning, 2-0 Boston. The Red Sox do get a run, but it was an inning where a lot more should have occurred there as far as getting runs across. Red Sox had 4 hits.
Yeah, 4 hits and a couple of base running miscues.
Mookie Betts cut down between first and second. Obviously thought that throw was going to come through.
Yeah, that's what he thought. You know, he rounding first base and he takes a look at where the throw is, and he thinks the throw's going to go through. He didn't see. I don't know if he didn't see the shortstop right there or not. And from that point on, you're caught. So what you're trying to do is get caught in the rundown so that runs can score from third base. But he never had an opportunity. It was a very good job once they got the ball back to go tag him.
Perez the batter, the 2-1, and he will not chase it. Mookie's a very good base runner. He rarely makes a mistake like that, but he made one there.
Yeah, I think he just misread that because the ball was thrown almost directly into the ground, and he thought he'd be able to make it to second base, but the cutoff man did his job.
Pop foul, but back out of play, and no play for Vasquez.
You know, then once you realize you're trapped, your job is to try to get in a rundown so you can maybe score that run from third base, but he never had the chance to do that. The Angels did a good job after they caught Mookie rounding first base.
So the Red Sox only get the 1 run, and they're on top 2-zip. That is in there for strike 3. Went to the fastball to freeze Perez.
Yeah, that always surprises. When you face a knuckleball pitcher, you are surprised to get the fastball. And especially when you got 2 strikes on you. You think you're going to go back to the knuckleball, but instead he goes to that fastball to the outside part of the plate. There's no way you're looking for that. You know, 2-0, 3-1, you might look fastball against a knuckleball pitcher. Not when you got 2 strikes on you.
So that'll send up Andrelton Simmons 0 for 1 with a fly to left. He grew up in Curacao. First major league team that he saw on TV was the Atlanta Braves. He would later play for Atlanta. Dream come true for him. It was back in the days when Andrew Jones was patrolling center field for the Braves. Also from Curacao. The Diamondback shortstop. And now the Yankee shortstop Didi Gregorius was his double play partner on a team in Curacao.
Yeah, Curacao just a long swim from Aruba, where Xander Bogaerts is from.
Which you know very well, your favorite vacation spot.
Love it.
The 3-0. He's taking a strike back to the heater, so to speak, at 84.
See if he comes back with it on the 3-1 count.
(3-1) coming, and cracked toward third, but it will be a fair ball. The home plate umpire ruled a fair ball, and Simmons is on. Hard charge by Hernandez, but by the time he got to it, hit too slow.
Yeah, keep in mind that this is the home plate umpire's call until the ball goes by the bag, and he makes the proper call. That ball was definitely in fair territory. There was no play at all for Marco Hernandez at first base. So he did a wise thing by not throwing it and possibly throwing it by Travis Shaw and allowing the runner to go to second base.
So Simmons is on with an infield hit. And they have a base runner for Cole Calhoun, who has singled and grounded out. He does have 10 home runs, so you have to be careful with this guy. 1 away. He checks and it's inside for a ball. Calhoun, an outstanding outfielder. He won the Gold Glove last year. He had 11 outfield assists. And like Dustin Pedroia, he's another blue-collar guy from Arizona State. Pedroia will tell you only the best go to Arizona State.
Just ask him. That's all. He'll tell you right away.
Sox ahead 2-0 here in the 5th. They have some really good defensive players. We raved about Simmons tonight. Calhoun's outstanding, but they are 3rd from the bottom in fielding percentage as a team. To the right side, Pedroia has to back up in the right field and will throw on to first base to get the out, and Simmons is into second, and let's go to Garrett Austin.
Well, Jerry, dreams came true for several military veterans who had the opportunity to hit in the cage, take BP on the field, run the bases, and take photos of the Green Monster with the Red Sox hitting coaches. Now, all the veterans are New England natives, and having the opportunity to be on the field here at Fenway was something they will never forget.
Some pretty good-looking swings, too.
Yeah, I saw a little of that this afternoon, and that was quite a thrill to be at Fenway Park taking some batting practice.
Well, here's Mike Trout. He has torn into a double. He tried to hit that one 500 feet. He's also struck out looking. Now, Trout's only 24 years old. Feels like he's been around for about 12 years.
Yeah, it really does. It feels like much older than 24. What an incredible athlete.
Already 4 All-Star appearances, the American League Rookie of the Year. He won the 2014 MVP of the American League. He's won 4 Silver Sluggers. He's not going to be 25 until August 7th. What a career this has been and is going to continue to be, assuming he stays away from injury. An outstanding outfielder as well. Here comes the 0-1 pitch with 2 down. And that one gets through Vasquez. That'll advance the runner. Simmons will trot to third and stop there. So they have a run 90 feet away.
And now the pressure really gets on Vasquez with the man at third base. And again, that ball just tips off the webbing of the glove and gets by Vasquez. So up a base goes Simmons, and now the pressure really is on with the knuckleball pitch with the man at third base.
It is ruled a wild pitch. And the 1-1 to Trout. Sharply hit, but Pedroia with the stab, and Wright will get out of the inning and freeze that runner at third base. Still 2-0 Boston. Here's trouble. For every Red Sox hit in July, by the way, EchoStore Technologies donates $50 to the Massachusetts Down Syndrome Congress. As Pedroia hits that one foul, EchoStore proud to assist in helping ensure individuals with Down syndrome are valued. EchoStore Technologies, your data center solutions provider. Dustin Pedroia 0 for 2 with a valuable at bat in the first inning to advance Mookie Betts to third. Since then, he's hit into a double play. Chacin still on the hill for the Angels, and the 0-1 inside.
Rain starting to fall here at Fenway Park and picking up in, what do they call that? Intensity.
That's what I'd call it.
I didn't know what to call it.
It's raining, Jerry. I know that.
Yeah, I went blank.
Yeah, had the off day.
Which is not unusual.
The day off, you know. You lose your rhythm a little bit.
Yeah.
Happens to all of us. Fans have come equipped. It is an official game. Red Sox ahead 2-0. We've been talking about possible storms all night. 2-1 has popped up, foul, back out of play. Xander Bogaerts next. Tuesday is Stars and Stripes Cap Night at Fenway. The first 15,000 in attendance receive a Stars and Stripes baseball cap, courtesy of Stop and Shop. For tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/promos. Two and two on a Red Sox second baseman. High chopper, and there's Simmons to set him down. And Pedroia's 0 for 3.
That's going to bring up Bogaerts, and we talked about how popular he is down in Aruba. And if you go across from the Holiday Inn in Aruba, anybody that's been there, you'll see that they have this on the ground. I'm going to try to say it right. Xander Bogaerts. I say it wrong. I say Xander. Up here he's Xander.
Well, you say Xander here, yeah.
He's Xander there. So anyway, he's big. He's huge down there. He really is.
Yeah. You can get away with Xander. You can. No problem.
Yeah, but down there it's Xander.
Nice little marker there for him. He's been knighted in Aruba. He's a gigantic star. Making his way to stardom right here too. Perhaps he's going to start that All-Star game. He's on his way right now, the way the voting is. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. 2-1. 2 runs and 8 hits for the Red Sox. No runs, 6 hits for the Angels. We'll see if they prove to be the perfect opponent for the Red Sox, trying to get past their June swoon of 10-16. Rain falling a little harder. Across for a called strike. Ortiz on deck. And a 2-2, a breaking ball cut on and missed. That was a meager cut by his standards, certainly, and he strikes out.
That's a breaking ball. It didn't really break. I mean, it was a slider. They just kind of stayed straight. There you see it. It's supposed to go away. Instead, it stays inside. And that can completely fool Xander.
That sounds weird when you say it that way.
I got to stop that. I can't do it.
Just strange. David Ortiz with a pair of singles. And if David gets a hit right here, it'll be career hit number 2,000. Now hitting .341. And it made him dance a bit. Almost got him on the left foot. Time now to see who's been driving the ball. Presented by Toyo Tires. David Ortiz in June did just fine with .337 the batting average, 4 homers, 16 RBIs. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. 18 home runs for David. He's been stuck on .521 for a little while. Not homered since the 17th of June. Trying to break what is now a 4-way tie at 521. And he'll ask for time and get it from Tupain.
Looks like Chacin wanted to throw the changeup to Ortiz.
Two-one coming. All even now on David Ortiz.
Instead he goes to the slider, slow slider that time to have David out in his front foot.
David has let it be known he will not be participating in the All-Star Home Run Derby in San Diego. He ropes that one down the line. Heading, gone! 522 for Big Papi. for David. And how about this? 2,000 hits on that swing.
You know, it's fool me one time, but you can't fool me the second time. And that breaking ball again, that weight on the front foot, but able to go down and get it and line it down that right field line. So congratulations on the home run and 2,000 big league hits.
2,000 hits with the Red Sox, the 7th player to do that. With Boston, Yaz, Ted Williams, Jim Rice, Dwight Evans, Wade Boggs, and Bobby Doerr. 2,000 hits with the Boston Red Sox. And David getting a big chant. Speedway proud to be New England's first choice for value and convenience. And a base hit by Jackie Bradley. And that'll give him his first knock here tonight.
Yeah, they're playing Bradley in the shift, and he defeats the shift by hitting the balls to the right side of, the left side of second base.
For every Red Sox home run this season, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. All summer long, you can get any size fountain or frozen drink for just 69 cents. So David Ortiz, quite a moment. 2,000 Red Sox hits there, and career home run number 522 overall, as the skies are really starting to open up. And Brock Holt is the batter. He has doubled and struck out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised the way this is coming down now, that if they get through this inning right now, that you might see the top come on the field.
Red Sox ahead 3-0 on a line shot homer by David Ortiz. And he'll take a strike along the outside corner. They are getting ready. David breaking that tie with Ted Williams, Willie McCovey, and Frank Thomas for 19th on the all-time list. The 0-1 is upstairs for a ball. Chacin's pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. 4 2/3, 10 hits. Dave Meller, head groundskeeper, advising John Farrell right behind him inside that dugout. Dave's been coming out with that iPad there in between innings and showing the forecast and showing the showers approaching to the umpires.
Heck, I could tell John Farrell what it's doing right now. It's raining. I don't need an iPad for that.
Don't need to be a meteorologist for this. It just feels like it's going to get a whole lot worse. Paul Nart, the crew chief, he's eventually going to make that decision, perhaps in a matter of seconds. Jackie Bradley at first base with 2 down. And a 1-2 pitch to Brock Holt. 2-2. Brock has not only doubled and scored, he's also made an outstanding play in the outfield, throwing out a runner at second base. In his return to the lineup tonight. He had been out since the 19th of May. Here's the 2-2. And a high fly ball, well hit into left. Nava back and is going to play that one off the green. Here comes Bradley rounding third. And the throw is going to be cut. Another run is in. It's another double for Brock Holt. And the Red Sox are on top 4-0.
Well, as Brock Holt added a spark to this lineup tonight. I mean, 2 for 3, 2 doubles. Gets a breaking ball outside. Very good hitting, taking that ball to the opposite field. Elevated breaking ball. And he's also made a wonderful defensive play in left field tonight. So a real spark for the Red Sox tonight, Brock Holt.
Travis Shaw will be next, and the Red Sox swinging the bats here against Chacin. No activity yet in the Angel bullpen. Jackie Bradley churning home, and they're going to put him on here to put runners at first and second. They're going to go after Vasquez instead, and the rain coming a little bit harder now. It had been a couple of years since David Ortiz had reached 2,000 career hits, but this is the first time he reaches that terrific milestone as a member of the Red Sox. And quite a night already for Big Papi with 3 hits, a home run, 2 singles, and there's ball 4. So it'll be Vasquez coming up. And Charles Nagy, their pitching coach, is heading out. Sunday, it's an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors. Charlie heading to Kentucky to do some catfishing. Catch it Sunday night at 6:30 right here on NESN. So in the inning, which started pretty well for Chacín, it was a ground ball out by Pedroia and a strikeout of Bogarts. He gave up the home run to Ortiz, the single to Bradley, the double to Brock Holt, now the intentional walk. And Vasquez with a chance to spoil that strategy. "4-0 Boston. Red Sox already with 11 hits. And at the moment, it seems to be lightening up a little bit. Holt and Shaw aboard, and the pitch. Into left center, that's going to drop down for a base hit. Brock Holt in to score another one. 5-0 Boston. So that certainly didn't work out the way Socha intended.
Vasquez gets the breaking ball. The slider, pretty good pitch away from him, but he's able to cover the plate and pull that ball into left center field for the base hit. Another run comes across. Now we had Jackie Bradley scoring a run in this inning, and he may have hurt himself. We got some a replay of him rounding third base where he's kind of limping in to home. Watch him go around second. And as he gets to third, he starts to drag a little bit. And you can see him dragging into home plate. He was talking to the trainers in the dugout. So we'll have to see if he's okay and gets back in the game. Here comes Socha. Looks like he's going to make a move.
So the Angels skipper out to get Chacín. It would appear he's been knocked around in this inning, all with 2 out. This call of the bullpen is brought to you by Kia, and we'll be back with a pitching change in just a moment. Coverage on NESN Sports Today. You'll hear from Bruins GM Don Sweeney. Plus, get the latest news and rumors on day 1 of the NBA free agency. That's tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. So Chacin gone after 4 2/3, particularly the last couple of innings. The Red Sox knocking him around to the tune of 12 total hits. Deolis Guerra is coming out of their bullpen. He's done all right in 13 appearances. His season began on the disabled list because of an appendectomy. But since regaining his health, he's been pretty tough, first and second. And Marco Hernandez, the batter, with 2 down. He'll look at a strike. Still raining, kind of light but steady. It looked like the heavens were about to open up a few moments ago. Still wet enough though. 5-0 Boston. And the 0-1 from the righty. Into the dirt, 1-1. Hernandez has gone 1 for 2 with a single. He has also started 2 double plays tonight. Shaw and Vasquez on. Maybe coming back to Fenway, all the Red Sox needed to put that month of June behind them. And Guerra from the set. Here's the 1-1. Rolled foul. You missed it earlier today. It's actually a day game that ended in the evening. Cleveland won their franchise record 14th in a row in 19 innings, beating Toronto on a home run in the 19th. 14 straight.
Talk about a tough game for both teams. A 1-1 game and finishing 2-1 in 19 innings. That's a lot of at bats, a lot of offers in that game.
6 hours and 13 minutes.
Wow.
Darwin Barney was the losing pitcher. He gave up the home run. Mookie Betts, who has 3 hits tonight, as does David Ortiz, on deck. Brock Holt has a pair of doubles. And the righty's 2-2. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like the catcher got crossed up on the last pitch. That's why he's out talking right now to Guerin. Watch him go for this. He thought it was going to be a high fastball. Instead, it becomes a breaking ball, and fortunately a breaking ball for the catcher.
Yeah, better that way than the other way around.
Yeah, time to react to it.
So Socia certainly not delighted with the way things are going tonight or all season long for these Angels. They are 32-47. 3-2 runners on the move, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3. Took a big cat. However, the Red Sox with some big cuts throughout the inning. None bigger than David Ortiz. Home run number 522. Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Steve Lyons take a closer look at Albert Pujols and his changing role on the Angels. You never know who you're going to run into at Fenway Park on a night like tonight. And this evening you'd run into Mike Tomlin, the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, taking in a ball game at Fenway. Love to know who he's rooting for, if anybody.
Well, I bet he likes it here better than he likes it in Foxborough.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. Albert Pujols will lead things off here as we go to the 6th inning. Still raining at Fenway. Nice cushion now for Stephen Wright. He's walked Pujols twice. Albert Pujols, who could have been playing for the Red Sox. Red Sox came very close to drafting him in 1999. It was midway through the draft first day, and his name was at the top of the Red Sox board. But his age could not be verified beyond a shadow of a doubt. And his asking price was 6 figures. Red Sox loved his bat. So Wayne Britt, the scouting director, called him. He was in community college at the time, Pujols was, and asked if he would consider being drafted in the 9th or the 10th round for, lower money. And his answer was no. Looking for the 6 figures. So the Red Sox passed on him.
Passed on a pretty good player, didn't they?
A future most valuable player. High fly foul on a play. Wound up going to the St. Louis Cardinals, 402nd overall. Marte on deck, and then Nava. And the 2-2. A full count. $14 home runs so far for Albert. Here's the 3-2. High fly ball into left, very, very high up into the raindrops. Holt backing up at the wall. It's off the 10, ricocheting back to Bradley and sliding it with a double, Albert Pujols. So he's quickly into scoring position. Time now for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here's TC. What a mess, but if you're Terry Francona, TC, you're loving every minute of it. 14 straight wins for the Indians. Here's Marte. That one knocks the bat right out of his hands as he dropped it, ducking down below it.
You've got to start to wonder now if the grip is becoming an issue for Wright. He had that problem in rain here a number of starts ago at Fenway Park. Had the problem in Texas with the sweat rolling down towards his hand on a very warm night. And he has trouble gripping the knuckleball, so that's something to keep an eye on.
Marte's 0 for 2, and that one almost got him. And did it? Yeah, it did hit him. He's been hit by the pitch. So he will take his base. That'll put him on at first and second for Nava.
That looked like it might have been a fastball. It was a fastball that he just goes too far inside with and gets the uniform top of Marte. So a couple of quick base runners here in the 6th inning with nobody out.
You talked about that start against Houston on the 13th of May, where he only lasted 4 1/3. He gave up 9 hits, 5 runs, and he walked a couple of men. And later talked about the rain being such a big factor. It was a pretty steady rain. Matt Barnes is going to get up now in the bullpen.
Yeah, I think that's the reason too, Dave, because of what's going on. The conditions. He's had trouble with the first 2 batters. They're going to give him time now to get Barnes loose a little bit in the bullpen and see what develops here. So they're well aware of the situation that's at hand right now.
Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Steve Lyons break it all down. You'll hear from Stephen Wright and John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason. So the forecast tonight is proving accurate. Steady light rain right here at Fenway Park as Nava will get in 1 for 2. He singled in the second. Nava's had all sorts of injuries this year, so hasn't made much of an impact for this Angel team, at least not yet. He has hit 1 home run. Nobody out and 2 on. Stephen Wright's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. Walked 2 men. That was Pujols in the first and again in the third. He's allowed 7 hits, including the Pujols double in this 6th inning. The 1-0 drilled in there. He went back to the fastball again.
Yeah, back-to-back fastballs to start off for Nava. This time going to the outside corner.
A win tonight for Wright would give him 9 victories and tie him with Rick Porcello for team high honors. And here's the 1-1 to Daniel Nava. Foul tipped into the mid.
Another fastball, 3 in a row.
And the count 1-2.
Staying away from that knuckleball in the rain, going to the fastball. Foul tips into the glove of Vasquez.
Nava spending last season with the Red Sox, the Paw Sox, and Tampa Bay, as he was dealt. It's just .233. And that one is going to be a little high for a ball. It's actually claimed off waivers from the Red Sox in August. See what he did in his Boston career. Of course, the first time he ever got in a major league batter's box, he hit a grand slam right here at Fenway Park. 2-2. Now a full count. Joe called it. He went down into the Red Sox clubhouse before the game, and he told Nava, when you get in there and you have a chance to swing on that very first pitch, swing hard and go for it, because you'll never get another opportunity. Bases were loaded. He hit a grand slam on that first swing. 3-2. Fouled back. I think if that were most of us, would just run down the tunnel after he crossed home plate, and that'd be the last you'd ever see of us. You know, one swing and a grand slam.
How you going to get a big check, though? I mean, you got to keep going. You got to keep doing that.
You'll never top that moment. There's no possible way to do it. Just magical stuff. It was against Philadelphia here at Fenway. Pujols at second and Marte at first. Nobody out. The 3-2 now from Stephen Wright. And it's inside, and now the bases are loaded for C.J. Cron. And trouble brewing here for Wright in the rain. NESN proud to support the Men's Warehouse National Suit Drive in July. When you make a donation of gently used professional clothing at any Men's Warehouse location, you help men and women look their best as they re-enter the workforce. Learn more at nationalsuitdrive.com. Barnes in the pen. No place to put this man, Cron, who does have 6 homers. That'll be in there for strike 1.
That time he does go back to the knuckleball on the first pitch with the bases loaded.
Pujols at third, Marte at second, and Nava at first, and stopped by Vasquez.
I think that's the second time tonight he's tried the curveball. He threw the curveball to Trout, and Trout drove it down the line. No, it's not the curveball. That's the knuckleball that acts like a curveball. A nice block there by Vasquez.
Here comes the 1-1 home, and foul tipped at the plate to make it 1-2. Giabatella on deck. Red Sox ahead 5-0. They have out-hit the Angels 12-7. Wright looking for a big K right here. Is 1-2. Stopped again by the catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fenway was quite boisterous last inning when the Red Sox got 3. It's quieted down right now with Wright in a bind. Nobody out. Here's his 2-2 to Crone. All full now.
Now what does he do with the bases loaded? You got a tough situation here. You're having trouble controlling the knuckleball. Do you come with the fastball with the bases loaded, up by 5?
When he did that in Texas, that's when the Rangers really started to score. They knew that that's all he had at that point, and they were swinging. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bases all jammed up here for the Angels. Pitch number 93, and that one driven toward the wall, rising up. It is gone. It is a grand slam, and on one swing the Angels are down by 1 run. The first grand slam of Crone's career, and the Angels are right back in the game.
Well, that's what we feared, you know, not being able to control the knuckleball. He gets the fastball, which we totally expected on the 3-2 count, and he drives it out of the ballpark, and that quickly you've got a 1-run game.
First time he's ever allowed a grand slam. And Barnes has to come in with nobody out, and the bases empty in a 5-4 game. And we'll be back. Suddenly a brand new ball game here at Fenway Park. The Red Sox allowing their 4th grand slam of the season. That is the most in the American League. As Crone clears him off for his 7th home run, now 5-4. Barnes is now in the game. Giovatello, the hitter, he has singled and grounded out. All of this transpiring with nobody out. And that'll miss at 96. Certainly looked like it was the fastball that Wright had to come with. And that got crushed.
Yeah, he was not going to take a chance on that 3-2 count with the knuckleball in those conditions. You could pretty much book it. The hitter kind of felt that way. He knew a fastball was coming, and he jumped all over it.
And a 1-0. And given away the inning was running, a double, a hit batsman, a walk. I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, why wasn't Barnes in the game to face Crone at that point?
I thought there was a possibility of a move there, especially under these conditions.
So that certainly opens up a second guess on John Farrell there. Red Sox still have the lead 5-4. And the rain continues to fall. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball up high.
Take another look at the pitch to Crone. 3-2 count. Fastball. It's going to tail back to the inside part of the plate. Good pitch to hit. Good pitch to pull here at Fenway Park and up into the monster seats. He basically eliminated knuckleball from his mind.
The 2-1 pitch to the second baseman. And drilled in there at 97. And I think that's the debate. Do you want Stephen Wright throwing a fastball, or do you want Barnes throwing his?
And Wright threw a lot of fastballs in this game tonight.
He did. So the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. A long inning for the Red Sox pitching staff here in the 6th. The 2-2. Knocked foul out of play. Giavotella, not a big guy. He's about 5'8", 5'8.5". He has hit 6 home runs. And Barnes with a 2-2 offering. Cannot put him away with that one. Another 98-mile-an-hour fastball. The Orioles are out west tonight. They're in Seattle taking on the Mariners. Right now they hold a 5-game lead over the Red Sox in the division. And Toronto has lost in 19 innings. Here comes the 3-2. Back to the hill. Barnes with it. The underhand will get him.
Now that's the way you like him if you're a pitcher. I mean, always difficult to make plays back through the middle like that, but he got the big hop. And he's falling off toward first base. Gets the glove up. It's right there, right near the glove, and he's able to make the play. The tough ones are the ones that stay low. They have very difficult for pitchers. You get a little bit of a break on a bounce like that.
So finally the first out in the 6th for the Red Sox staff brings up Perez, who has hit into a double play and been called out on strikes. And he will take a high fastball, 97 on a radar gun. Game 2 will be tomorrow afternoon. Or rather tomorrow evening at 7:15. Sunday afternoon at 1:35, game 3. And is high again. Clay Buchholz goes against Hector Santiago tomorrow. Three with the Angels. And then the Red Sox have 3 with Texas again, and then 3 with Tampa Bay after that. And it's the All-Star break. The 2-0 punched in at 98.
Good location for the 2-0 fastball away from Perez. Outside part of the plate. They're looking for the ball middle in.
Andrelton Simmons on deck. And a 2-1 to the catcher. He lines that one down to right field on a foul. 2-2. Stay tuned for the Red Sox final presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Steve Lyons will preview the rest of this weekend series against the Angels. Perez just a 188 hitter. as Barnes tries to finish him. And can't do it with that one. So it's another deep count. Go back to the 26th of May. The Red Sox are just 13-19 since that date. The lead looks safe going into this inning, as that one is swung on and foul tipped in the mid. He struck him out, and there are 2 gone.
Elevating the fastball that time. You can see the fastball rising as it gets to the strike zone, and they look good, but they're hard to hit. Up around the eyes, you see the baseball very, very well, but it's hard to get the bat up to make contact.
Lexus is making a pledge to strikeout hunger. For every strikeout by a Red Sox pitcher, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Simmons next. He has an infield hit. He's also flied to left. 5-4 Red Sox. It has tightened up thanks to the grand slam by Cron. Sox will have the top of the order due up. When we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be Betts, Pedroia, Bogarts. And a 1-0 pitch to Simmons. Thumping the mitt to make it 1-1. Now Pujols began the inning by doubling off the Green Monster, and then Marte was hit by a pitch. Nava worked a walk. Wright could not get a grip on that knuckleball. He gave up the granny on the fastball to Cron. Barnes had been ready in the bullpen. Now he's trying to get him 1-2-3 since he entered. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to the shortstop. Did he offer? He did not. Polnart says no swing.
Anytime that bat starts, you might as well check at first base just in case. We're looking from the side. No, a little slip of the back foot. It's starting to get muddy down there. You can see the back foot of Simmons slip a little bit, but did not swing.
It's coming down harder now than it has about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is.
2-2. Breaking ball too high. He tried the curveball. Now 3-2. Cole Calhoun on deck. Barnes has gone to a full count on every batter he's faced in the inning. All 3 of them. Here's his payoff pitch to Andrelton Simmons. He got a piece. A soggy night here at Fenway.
So we've seen this many times. I don't know how they get those things on.
3-2. Dribbled back toward the hill. Picks it up with a bare hand, and he fires a strike to get him and retire the side. But the Angels get 4, and now it's a ball game. 5-4 Boston. coverage on NESN is brought to you by LL Bean. Discover gear that lasts at llbean.com. So during the commercial break, the umpires decided to cover the field, and we think it's a smart move too, because Jerry, it appears that there is a lot more on the way right behind what we're watching.
Well, they've been watching that iPad all night long, and, you know, it's not raining any harder right now than it has been. Maybe a little bit harder, but they must be expecting something very heavy to be coming in, because they haven't even gone out and worked on the infield yet. So they've got to be expecting some very inclement weather to come in. And Mike Scioscia was out there actually questioning the decision to put the top on the field, probably explained to him what was on the way in here to Fenway Park, and that's why we've got the delay. But all of a sudden you got a ball game at 5-4, and it is an official game right now.
Yeah, that's why he didn't want it tarped, obviously. His team is starting to make a comeback. Just got a grand slam out of Crone to cut it to 1, 5-4 Boston. And the Red Sox about to come up to bat here at the bottom of the 6th inning. Betts, Pedroia, Bogarts, the scheduled hitters. But the Red Sox now all of a sudden clinging to a 1-run lead. And right now we're also seeing lightning out beyond the Citgo sign. We just saw a big flash of that. Nobody wants to mess with that stuff, and the rain has started to get a little bit harder here, so they've made the decision to tarp the field, and we are now in a rain delay here in game 1 of this 3-game series at Fenway. Red Sox struck first in the very first inning, which they had not done since the 11th of June. Getting on the board in the first on the double by Mookie Betts. He would be brought in to score on the RBI groundout by Bogarts. Back-to-back doubles in the 4th inning by Holt. Shaw got another run. Then the Red Sox got 3 runs on 4 hits, including a David Ortiz home run in the 5th inning, and added a couple of more runs and eventually took a 5-0 lead. Our game summary brought to you by Xfinity. Chacin knocked out after 4 2/3. Wright is now out of the ball game after 5 + 8 hits and 4 runs. He could still win it, but it all went haywire on him in the inning where he gave up 4, including the grand slam. So we are in a rain delay. Let's get it back to the studio. It'll be TC and Steve Lyons to take it for a bit. We hope to be back to resume the ball game here at Fenway tonight. TC. fares, nothing to hide. By buyatoyota.com, Toyota's website for deals, hair cuttery, smart looks, smart prices. And by Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, Garen Austin with you. We're about to resume play here tonight. Red Sox and the Angels. And telling us around 10:55, so about 5 minutes from now. Sox on top 5-4. And a chance for Brock Holt, Daniel Nava to get together again. David Ortiz has already belted a home run. He has a perfect night going, 3 for 3. Belted home run number 522 in the 5th inning. Both starters are now out of the ball game, so this one is in the hands of the bullpen. 5 runs, 12 hits for the Red Sox, 4 runs on 8 hits for the Angels. David Ortiz, 522. So next in line is the great Jimmy Fox at 534. And the way this season is going for Big Papi, you feel pretty confident he'll get there.
Yeah, this has been spectacular what we've been able to watch in the first half of the season. And, you know, these rain delays, Dave, are tough on players because, you know, they kind of have inside information on, you know, just how long it might be, how long it might last. And, you know, it's really kind of tough to get in that clubhouse and prepare yourself to come back out and complete this ball game. But you've got to do it. Ortiz, and there's 2 pretty good players right there. You're having a little conversation.
Yeah. Mike Trout. Calhoun coming over as well. That's a sluggers meeting. Calhoun had 26 last year. We were talking about this earlier in the broadcast. Trout's only 24 years old, and he's one of those guys you've heard about for so long. He's done so much. You've seen so many big hits and spectacular plays, catches. He's won the MVP already. He's been a Rookie of the Year because he's won a lot of those awards, as Dustin Pedroia has. You feel like he's been around for a lot longer than he has been.
I agree. I was surprised when you said that because I thought it was a little bit older than what he actually is. And you know, the guy's a special talent. You could tell that when he first came to the big leagues. He's so strong. He's so fast. He does everything well. He's got a great throwing arm. Can hit with power. Can do it all. You know, hit for average. So, I mean, he's an exciting guy to watch play. And, you know, he's going to be a top player in this league for a long, long time. And as you mentioned, as long as he stays injury-free.
Born in New Jersey. I think that means he grew up a Yankee fan. I think he's admitted that. And a unanimous MVP in 2014. Hit 36 homers. He drove in 111 runs. And you could bet he's going to be in a running for a bunch more before his career is over. But getting a chance to socialize here is unusual because, you know, the game's already started.
Yeah.
You're supposed to try to beat each other. You see all the socializing.
You know, you can't help it, though, when David Ortiz is on the team. I mean, you can't help it. Every time he runs to get loose in center field, it's like people just come to him. They come to surround him. They want to say hi to him. They want to talk to him.
There's Albert Pujols, yeah.
Yeah, and this happens prior to every single game that the Red Sox play, but very seldom do you see it in a rain delay. And now we're seeing it in a rain delay.
Yeah,
so, you know, he has that kind of a personality where people just want to be part of it.
With some home runs in that gathering.
Yeah, that's a pretty good talent right there. I mean, you know, people pay to watch those guys play.
Well, we're about to resume play in just a few moments. The field just about ready to go. And Smith will be coming on to pitch here for the Angels. When did you finally get used to saying the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim? Because when you played for them, they were the California Angels.
Yeah, I still haven't got used to it. I make the mistake all the time because I came up in that organization. I played in the minor leagues with the Angels, and of course when I got there for 3 years in '75, '6, and '7, they were the California Angels, and I've always thought of them like that.
Yeah, me too.
And they've changed a couple of different times, and I can't get used to it.
Yeah, I think that's probably why, because they went to the Anaheim Angels.
Yeah.
And then the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Yeah.
And now they're the LA Angels.
Trying to expand their fan base into LA.
Right. Well, you know, I think the Dodgers will always own Los Angeles, but they've drawn great crowds since the ownership took over, the new ownership several years ago. And, of course, they won a World Series. Mike Scioscia's been there for 17 years now, the longest tenured manager in the big leagues, and it's almost impossible to think a guy can last that long.
It really is, and it shows the kind of respect the organization has for Scioscia. I mean, you know, in my opinion, he's one of the best in the business, has been for a long, long time. And I was surprised when he got that long of a contract because managers just don't usually get, you know, that kind of time and that kind of patience But they thought so highly of him that they gave him the long-term contract, and he has remained there. And a lot of times managers get burnt out at one place. They want to go somewhere else, a different environment, a different organization. But Scioscia's remained here all that time, and he's one of the best.
Well, obviously he makes a lot of decisions. He won a power struggle a couple of years ago with the then general manager. Look at Smith now. Comes out of their bullpen, and he'll be pitching here in just a moment as we're ready for the bottom of the 6th inning. Joe Smith, 25 appearances, a 3.91 earned run average. And the first man he will face as we get ready to resume play will be Mookie Betts, who's gone 3 for 3 with a double and 2 singles tonight. So he's had a great night going, hitting .293. Red Sox have a 5-4 lead, but it tightened up with one big swing of the bat, a grand slam by Crone off of Stephen Wright, who could still win the ball game. Red Sox would like a little bit of breathing room here, and we are set to go, and the first pitch is inside, ball 1, as we're underway again.
And you see the different delivery from Smith. He drops down to the side. A little bit difficult for right-handers to pick up.
Chopped on the infield. Marte gloves, fires, and gets him. So one man out. And the next man in will be Dustin Pedroia.
Little tap down on the dry part of the field, the infield, which is covered. So not a big issue right now. The issue as far as, be able to control the baseball would be in the outfield where that was pretty wet. So with the infield covered, not a big issue right there at all for Marte.
Here's Dustin Pedroia, 0 for 3 tonight. He's hit the ball on the ground 3 times and hitting .301. So the rain delay was 1 hour and 35 minutes. And we have been told it was coming all night. Hammered to third and by the diving Marte, and a base hit. So Pedroia is hit safely in 6 in a row.
Now that's good to see. Back in the first inning, Pedroia gave himself up to get a man at third base. Now he gets rewarded later in the game by getting a base hit. Breaking ball quickly by Marte. They're testing the third baseman down there. That's a top spin ground ball, and those are very difficult. Much more difficult to make plays on. They seem to pick up speed.
We kind of tugged at his hamstring after that. Stretching himself out. That'll send up Xander Bogaerts, who has grounded out, although he drove in a run with a tapper to second. He's also walked and struck out. And he'll take a strike. Xander had 12 hits in 7 games against the Angels last year, so he liked their staff. Coming off a 4 for 20 road trip, where he finally got some time off after starting 58 consecutive games. I think there's some fans who are like, what's 58 in a row, even for a shortstop? Has anyone ever heard of Cal Ripken?
Yeah.
But, the way he plays, how hard he plays. That one is tapped foul, and the count goes to 0-2.
Now, he really got tired on that last road trip. It started with the heat down in Texas, and you could see the Red Sox were a tired group on that third day. I always said the third day in the Texas heat really gets to you. That's when it really hits you hard. And then, he needed some time off.
I'm not saying Cal Ripken didn't play hard. He did. He played his tail off. That one's outside for a ball. But even by his admission, there were times during that streak, certainly late in the streak, where he shouldn't have been on the field. He's playing through a lot of aches and pains, sometimes a sprained ankle. That streak took on a life of its own. 1-2, chopper foul. David Ortiz on deck. Big Papi with a perfect night. He's gone 3 for 3 with a home run. Junichi Tazawa all loosened up. He'll be the next man in for the Sox when we go to the 7th on the mound. Red Sox ahead 5-4 here in game 1 of this 3-game series. Game 2 tomorrow night at 7:15.
Shook off a lot of signs and finally decided on the changeup. Let's see if he goes back to the same pitch, the changeup. Yes.
One away in the 1-2, and he got a piece of it. Xander among the league leaders in on-base percentage. He's 5th in that category. In runs, he's 5th. Doubles, he's 6th. And RBIs, he's in the top 20. Looking to reach for the 2nd time tonight. And a 1-2 from Smith. Bloop foul again as he hangs in there. Local Dunkin' Donuts franchises are proud to give back to the communities in which they live and work. Thousands of kids have had the chance to catch a free Sox game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. Tonight we welcome Kittery Little League to historic Fenway Park. Dunkin' Donuts committed to the community. Did you see what our outstanding stage manager Elizabeth spilled on that particular piece of copy? The Dunkin' Donuts.
I did not.
A cup of coffee.
Really?
During the break.
Shouldn't be drinking coffee that late at night. This late at night.
1-2 to the third baseman. Into second one. The turn by Giovitella in time to get him for the double play. So we're back to baseball and we're going to the 7th inning. Red Sox on top 5-4 over the Angels. With no interest on anything at Jordan's Furniture. Furnish one room or your entire home, and best of all, you get to enjoy it right now. Visit Jordans.com for details. Well, we had a 1 hour and 35-minute rain delay, but back to baseball and to the top half of the 7th inning. Junichi Tazawa makes an appearance out of the bullpen. He pitched in the 7th inning on Tuesday night at Tampa Bay. He retired the first 2 men he faced, and then he gave up a solo home run. Red Sox ahead 5-4. They've out-hit the Angels 13-8. And Cole Calhoun will lead it off now. He's got 1 for 3 with a base hit. So up to the bullpen tonight. And down low for ball 1.
Interesting. They get the shift on right now, but look where Bogarts, the shortstop, is playing. He's playing in on the grass to possibly take a bunt down that line or on that side away from Calhoun. You don't usually see a shift and then the opposite play is on the opposite side of the field in on the grass.
The 1-0 to Calhoun has excellent power. He's at 10 homers, hit 26 last year. And he'll be followed by Trout and then Pujols. Trout has a double tonight. He's never homered at Fenway. And Tazawa with the 2-0 pitch. He drills it in there at 93. Calhoun has faced him 3 times, and he does have 2 hits. Because of the rain delay here, the Baltimore and Seattle game is now in the 3rd inning in Seattle. Fouled back, and the Orioles have a 2-1 lead.
And because of the rain delay, a lot of the folks have left Fenway Park, so a lot of good seats available if you're in the neighborhood.
And a chance for a souvenir. A much better chance than we had at 7:10. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Calhoun. And here it comes from the right-hander from Japan. Little pop-up, and that'll be blooped back out of play. Stephen Wright shut them out for the first 5 innings, and the Red Sox had a 5-0 lead when he ran into trouble when the rain came in the 6th inning. That seemed to make all the difference with Stephen tonight. That rain and the inability to grip that knuckleball as he needs to. Pujols doubled off him, then he hit a batter. He walked the next guy. Bases loaded, facing Crone, and he crushed a grand slam. As Wright lost the ability to throw the knuckleball and had to go to the fastball. But Stephen Wright can pick up the win if the bullpen does its job. Here comes the 2-2. Now 3-2.
You see the split-fingered fastball there. Vasquez trying to, begging him to get that ball down low in the strike zone or out of the strike zone, and it's exactly what happened, but there was no chase by Calhoun.
J.C. Ramirez loosens in the bullpen now for the Angels. They just used Joe Smith for an inning when we resume play, the bottom of the 6th. Now here comes the payoff pitch to a home run threat. Fly ball, well hit into the alley, on the run. Here's Jackie Bradley to make the play. We thought earlier when he rounded third base he might have tweaked something, but apparently he's just fine.
Yeah, he had a funny run coming around the bases. Then he checked with the trainers, but what a jump he gets on this. He's actually shading Calhoun to the opposite field in the outfield, but got the great jump and tracks it down. I'll tell you, plenty of speed out there between Betts and Bradley Jr.
That'll send up Mike Trout, who has struck out looking, doubled, and grounded out to second. Trout comes from a baseball family. His dad, Jeff, was drafted by the Twins in 1983 out of the University of Delaware. He played several years in the minors, although he didn't take any credit for his son's success. Trout with that football body. He's also an all-conference basketball player in high school. He played quarterback and safety as a freshman in high school. His father says he could have been a Division I football player. I don't think anybody doubts that. But he's become a baseball superstar. Here comes the 0-1. Up top for a ball. Albert Pujols on deck. Red Sox ahead 5-4 in the 7th. Big inning for the Red Sox was the 5th. Well, they scored 3 times. That's pinned to the outside corner. Barely there, according to John Tumpain.
That's one of the few times you see Tazawa throw the curveball when it's not the first pitch of an at-bat. Comes with the breaking ball to run it to a 1-2 count, picking up the outside corner. There's been a couple of pitches in this game that Trout has not been real happy about.
1-2. Went with a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trout 2 for 7 against Tazawa lifetime. Nobody on base, 1 down here in the 7th inning. And the 2-2 and a base hit right through the hole. So Trout is 2 for 4.
He tries that breaking ball again, but that time Trout all over it for the base hit, and he becomes a threat to steal. He's got 11 stolen bases on the season. He's only been caught 1 time. There's that curveball and that big hole between third and short. So Trout can quickly turn that single into a double.
Pujols has not made an out. He has walked twice and doubled. He's also scored a run. He was the first man to reach in the 6th inning to load up the bases eventually when Cron smacked the grand slam. And that's a strike. Pujols a .310 career hitter at Fenway Park, including 3 home runs. A 3-time National League MVP with the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's the 0-1. So he jumps in front of Albert Pujols, 0-2.
Yeah, good velocity on the fastball by Tazawa, 294 miles an hour away from Pujols.
Pujols' next home run means he'll become just the 5th player all time to log at least 15 home runs each of his first 16 seasons, along with Barry Bonds, Eddie Murray, Frank Robinson, and Eddie Matthews. Tazawa with the 0-2 not to be made.
Not a real big lead at first base for Trout.
Travis Shaw over there holding him. Hanley Ramirez with the evening off. Red Sox hope that's the case just the one night, as it's fouled back out of play. That was some swing that Hanley took at Tampa Bay the other day, and it looked like he strained his side a little bit, but Red Sox hope to get him back in there tomorrow night.
He was going for the downs on this swing off Moore, and that's where he hurt himself.
Saw a little bit of a grimace there, and then a conversation. He actually stayed in the game and played another inning before coming out. Here's the 0-2, and he left it wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Pujols has been a hot hitter, 10 hits in his last 21 at bats coming into tonight, and he has a double. But Tazawa trying to put him away. Here comes the 1-2. Just outside. 94 miles an hour. 2-2.
And good discipline by Pujols to stay off that pitch. Very tempting, especially when you have 2 strikes on it, to take a pitch on the outside part of the plate like that, but takes it, and clearly a ball.
Pujols with 574 career home runs. Two balls, 2 strikes. Trout with the lead. He's holding, and it's fouled back in a vicious rip. They got a fastball in the strike zone.
Yeah, 95 that time from Tazawa.
Now tonight, with his double in the 6th inning, Pujols tied Todd Helton for 17th on the all-time list. And the crowd serenading Albert Pujols. Here comes the 2-2. Into right field, driving back Betts, and now in a bit to make the play. Trot back into first base and 2 down. Well, it's summer. Get ready for the summer barbecue season with a free set of Tervis tumbler commemorative shot glasses when you shop at the right field or home plate stores inside of Fenway Park this weekend. Here's Marte. He's hit into a double play, struck out and been hit by a pitch, which caught him on the jersey in the 6th inning.
And see Marco Hernandez at third base playing close to the line, fairly close to the line. They don't want a ball going down that line and have Trout score from first base to tie this ball game up. So they're protecting against a ball down in the corner.
Cut on and missed. 94-mile-an-hour elevated heater for strike 1. That's a good point with Marte too, because 8 of his 19 hits on the year have gone for extra bases. Trout still glued to first base, and now 2 down here in the 7th. Red Sox up a run. He runs. Here's the throw, the tag, and no, he did not get him. So Trout is safe with a theft of second.
That's too bad there wasn't a throw to first there, because Trout really kind of gave that away. He was leaning towards second base. Watch him lean right there. And there was no throw to first base. Rushed by Vasquez, and he bounces to second base. Pedroia just having to catch the ball, tries to put the tag on, but Trout goes around the tag. There's the head first slide, and Pedroia never really got the tag on him because he had to pick the ball off the grass. That's a good slide by Trout.
So to count 1 ball and 1 strike on Marte. Number 12 for Trout. And that is the tying run in scoring position now for the Angels. And Tazawa with a 1-1. Breaking ball fought off foul. Chopped right down off his leg. So it's 1-2. The Red Sox have due up in the bottom of this 7th inning. Ortiz, Bradley, and Holt. Brock Holt with a pair of doubles. David Ortiz is 3 for 3. Brock making an immediate impact in the lineup, coming back tonight, back from that concussion. And he's still talking about it's not 100% yet. You know, it's not all the way back. He says it's close. He's not going to play tomorrow. He'll play Sunday. Tazawa's 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
See, that time Vasquez giving a low target with the man at second base just in case. And then what do? They come upstairs with a high fastball.
Marte's already struck out once tonight in the 3rd inning. 3-2 now. Not a bad pitch, but he couldn't get him to chase it.
Breaking ball that time and just missing the outside part of the plate.
Daniel Nava on deck. Mike Trout at second. Tazawa's 3-2. And he walked him. So Marte reaches after a battle, first and second for Daniel Nava. Sunday at 1, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. TC and Steve Lyons will preview the rest of the weekend series against the Angels. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? And now Daniel to step in. Nava, a big part of the Red Sox World Championship team in 2013. Had his best year at the big league level by far. And appeared in 5 games in the World Series against St. Louis Cardinals. Has runners at first and second and 2 down. Right through there for a strike. Danny with a tough year last year, bounced around between the Red Sox and the minor leagues and eventually with Tampa Bay. He was claimed off waivers in August by the Rays. But back in the big leagues now, the Angels. Here's the 0-1 pitch. 1-1.
One of the few splitters that has been thrown tonight by Tazawa. By my count, he's only thrown 2 of them so far. It's basically been fastball, breaking ball. And that splitter was not a good one. It stayed upstairs.
Mike Trout at second and Marte at first. And now the 1-1 pitch to Nava. In tight at 94. 2-1. Red Sox ahead 5-4 here in the top half of the 7th. We have had a 1 hour and 35-minute rain delay. The 2-1 ground ball, pass first, foul ball, actually snagged by Shaw. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Travis's whole family's here tonight. His parents and his sister and brother traveling here to Fenway to watch this weekend series. Been a long inning for Tazawa. This is his 30th pitch of the inning coming up to Daniel Nava, who has singled and walked tonight. His best days with the Red Sox, he was always a high on base percentage guy. 2-2. Knocked foul.
Got away with one there too. That was a breaking ball that didn't break very much, stayed up in the zone, and fortunately for Tazawa and the Red Sox, it was fouled off. They see the curveball that stays upstairs, and that's a good pitch to hit right there. Nava would love to have that pitch back one more time.
Game 2 tomorrow night, 7:15. Clay Buchholz against the left-hander Hector Santiago. And the series will finish up on Sunday afternoon. And then Texas comes to town. We see a lot of the Rangers in short order. Also Tampa Bay, for that matter, because they're in after Texas. 2-2. Got him. He struck him out with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And he strands 2. We're in the middle of the 7th. 5-4 Red Sox. is paving the way to victory. David Ortiz back in the 5th inning and lining one down the right field line and into the stands for his 522nd home run. Paving the way to victory, brought to you by U.S. Pavement, the nation's leading pavement service provider. And here comes David Ortiz leading off the bottom of the 7th inning against J.C. Ramirez. A look at his numbers in just a couple of appearances. A 7.71 ERA. Ortiz looking for a 4-for-4 night, 2 singles and a homer.
That's a pretty good fastball right there at 97 miles an hour.
Jackie Bradley and Brock Holt to follow here in the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox ahead 5-4. Bounding ball to the shift. Giovitella with a bit of a funny hop, but he gets him. 1 man away. Ace Ticket, Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets, has the best seats at the lowest prices, all with a 200% guarantee. Treat yourself for someone special by visiting aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS.
Giovitella almost got caught on that because he was playing back on the grass, and when he charged the ball, it looked like the bounce hit the lip of the grass in the dirt, and it made it a much more difficult play than it looked.
1 down for Jackie. He singled and scored back in the 5th inning when the Red Sox got 3 to knock Chacin out of the ball game. 1 for 3 tonight. Man, the 1-0. Fouled back. Koji getting loose in the Red Sox bullpen.
It's kind of what we expected before we went to the rain delay, how the Red Sox would try to close this game out. Tazawa, Uehara, and Kimbrel.
The 1-1. That's a ball. Brock Holt back in the lineup. 2 doubles tonight. The 2-1. Now 3-1 on Jackie. Major League Baseball releasing its final update on all-star voting. Xander Bogaerts, David Ortiz, the leaders at their positions in the American League. Jackie Bradley and Mookie Betts ranked 2nd and 3rd among outfielders. That's torched. Base hit into right field. He's 2 for 4 tonight.
That's turning around a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right there. Talk about quickening the bat up a little bit. Bradley certainly did that.
So at this point, all 4 of those guys that we talked about in the voting would go to San Diego to start the All-Star game.
When is the voting final anyway? Is that somewhere around Friday?
Well, they're going to unveil the team on July 5th at 7 o'clock. So that'll send up Brock Holt, who has struck out. He's also doubled 2 times. Last time drove in a run. He's also scored twice. And the first pitch is in there for strike 1 at 96. I'm pretty sure the voting ended on Thursday.
It ended on Thursday.
I believe it did at midnight.
Okay.
Check swing and another strike. He's quickly behind 0-2. Travis Shaw on deck. Jackie Bradley at first. Boston up 5-4 here in the 7th. And a time is granted. Some game they played in Toronto this afternoon and into this evening as Cleveland won it 2-1, swung on and missed for strike 3. Down goes Brock Holt. 19 innings that game went, and the Indians won again, and they have now won a franchise record 14 consecutive games. It was won on a home run. The Indians are some kind of hot. It's all about Cleveland right now.
Well, they are. They got some kind of pitching staff.
In tight for ball. What, 2 different position players pitched in that game? Is that what we heard?
That's what we heard. Yeah, I don't know who they were, but 2 different position players did pitch.
And Darwin Barney, the infielder, is the guy who gave up the home run to Santana. Bounding ball to first, and a fair ball, and an easy out there for out number 3. Red Sox will strand 1. We go to the 8th, 5-4 Red Sox.
Top of the 8th, the Red Sox still have a 5-4 lead. One of the biggest events of the summer is coming up, the Buckles Benefit Bash. You can join Clay and Lindsey Buckles with teammates and celebrities this Thursday at the House of Blues. Tom Caron is hosting, Thompson Square is performing, in addition to comedian Josh Wolf. You can get your tickets at claybucklesfoundation.org and help improve the lives of children in need. And OB Jerry, Buckles is on the mound tomorrow, and I talked to pitching coach Carl Willis, and he said they're focusing on setting the tone in that first inning and pitching more aggressively. Guys?
Yeah, that first inning is such a key, Garen, and we've talked about it, all through the month of June. And when it's done properly and the Red Sox can get through that first inning without any runs, it seems like it makes all the difference. It certainly did early in this game, gave the Red Sox a chance to take an early lead, which they did, 1-0 after an inning, and they have actually had the lead all night. Here comes Koji now to work the 8th. He'll take on Crone, Giovatella, and Perez, the catcher. Crone got him back in the game with a grand slam in the 6th inning. After Pujols had doubled, Marte was hit by a pitch, and Nava took ball 4. That was his 7th home run of the season.
Yeah, fastball that's going to be inside, and well, it's supposed to be more inside than that. It kind of hung out over the plate a little bit, and out of the ballpark it goes.
Crone also comes from a baseball family. His father, Chris, former player, now the manager in the Tigers organization in a minor league level. 2 balls, 1 strike.
First 3 pitches from Uehara, all fastballs. 88, 89. Another fastball.
2-1. In there for a strike.
That's about the same pitch that was called the ball last pitch. Almost the same spot except a little bit lower.
I got 11:37. 2-2. And the identical spot. This is right back to your point.
Yeah, I mean, flip a coin. I mean, it's not a strike, but it was called a strike on the pitch before.
I thought the previous one was because of the lateness of the hour. Apparently not. Here's the 3-2. Got a piece of it. Stephen Wright went 5+ innings. He allowed 4 runs, 8 hits, and he can win it. And if he does, he'll be 9-5. But work to be done to get him that W. Another 3-2 to Crone. He pokes it foul.
Now, so far in this at bat, and I don't remember if I've ever seen this before from Koji, every pitch has been a fastball. We have not seen a splitter yet. I'm sure it's happened, but I can't remember it. Try it again. Fastball away.
Popped him up. Into right. Easy play for Betts. And makes the play for out number 1. Tomorrow, a big day for Dining Playbook on this, and catch an all-new episode at 9 a.m. as Jenny Johnson gets a golf lesson from Nesson's Andy Brickley. Then beginning at 2 p.m. catch a Dining Playbook marathon presented by the Chevy dealers of New England. Giavotella has gone 1 for 3 with a base hit in the second, hitting .270 with 6 home runs. Let's see if that run of fastballs continues.
I think it's going to be a splitter here. No. Yeah, it was a splitter, I guess. Didn't look like one, but it was.
It didn't dive much, but
no,
it did catch the strike zone.
83 miles an hour.
0-1. Perez on deck. Red Sox up 5-4 in the 8th inning, and he waved right through that one. That was much better.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. That one really dipped out of the strike zone. Now let's see if he climbs the ladder with the fastball after throwing that nasty split. Yep.
0-2. Into left center. On the move, Jackie Bradley coming on Brock Holt. Holt can't get it. It's right between the two of them. It rolls out there to the outfield. Giavotella on his way to third base. And the throw in, he will reach third. Holt and Bradley both converging. No one made the play, and trouble here for the Red Sox in the 8th inning.
I thought that was going to be Bradley all the way making that play, and all of a sudden Brock Holt came into the picture. You see where Bradley's playing, and he gets to jump on it, but does he have a chance at it? Brock Holt cutting in front of a sliding Jackie Bradley Jr. He can't get it, and then when it gets by, you're thinking about the possibility of inside the park home run. But danger now, man at third base, 1 out. Infield comes in for the Sox.
A triple. So the tying run is at third base suddenly for the Angels, and a batter, Carlos Perez, has gone 0 for 3. He has hit into a double play. He's also struck out twice. That one tipping off the glove of Brock Holt. He's bunting. Squeeze bunt. Shovel home. The tag. He's out. Got him. Some play by Koji. Now let's see if there's any challenge on this from Mike Scioscia. He loves that squeeze.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Everybody was expecting that squeeze play. I was watching the infielders. They were all charging in. Here it comes. It's actually a safety squeeze. And Uehara with the underhand flip and then the tag. What a play by Koji. But does he get the hand in before the tag? I don't think he does. Let's take a look at third base. I believe this is the safety squeeze and not the suicide squeeze. I don't think that the runner left until the bunt was down on the ground. Let's take another look. Yep. That's a safety squeeze right there, not a suicide squeeze. He's waiting to read where the bunt goes, and then he takes off. Now, had that been the suicide squeeze where he's just taking off from third base, he would have been safe.
But the tag was on the helmet. There'll be no challenge on this from the Angels. They do have a pinch runner now. Robinson will run for Perez, who dropped down the bunt. Snap toss down to first. The tag is safe. Close. 2 men out in the inning. That was some play by Koji. Shane Robinson, the runner.
You know, the Red Sox were well schooled on what Mike Scioscia liked to do, because I was watching the infield and they were all creeping in when Perez was at the plate, and they were kind of expecting the possibility of a bunt.
We got to believe that Robinson is in the game for one purpose.
Trying to steal, right?
Got to be it. Simmons, the batter, he was almost caught leaning. 2 down. Giovitella, the man who tripled, raced at home plate on the bunt. And the Red Sox on top 5-4. That'll be outside.
You know, you wonder, you think of that play, and we know Scioscia loves the squeeze. I wonder if there was a sign missed, or, you know, because it was very strange to see the safety squeeze put on in that play. If the suicide squeeze was on, that run scores with no problem at all.
Well, he does love the bunt in those spots, though. Always has. Cross for a called strike.
Take one more look at that runner at third base. Now, he's not breaking down the line until he sees the ball hit the ground. And once it does, that's when he takes off, and that's why he's out. Now, on a suicide squeeze, he's going as soon as that pitch starts to home plate, and he would have been safe without a problem.
Absolutely. 2 out, the 2-1. Called strike.
If they're going to send Robinson, they got to send him now. 2-2 count. Try to get a man in scoring position if the count runs 3-2.
Now, we'll never forget Koji with a pickoff to end a World Series game in St. Louis. First time it had ever happened in the history of baseball in a World Series. Colton Wong was the victim. Unbelievable play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner not going. Line shot into center field for a base hit. So Robinson will pull up to second and stop there. And it'll be the top of the order now, and Calhoun, and again they have the tying run in scoring position. Simmons with his second hit.
High fastball, and he gets on top of it. Watch the hands come above the baseball, and he puts it on a line in the center field. A lot of times you'll see that ball popped up, but because of where his hands were and above the baseball, he's able to get on a line for the base hit.
So runners on at first and second here in the 8th inning. And Calhoun has gone 1 for 4 with a single. Started the night hitting .288, 10 homers, 42 runs batted in. And you have to be careful with this guy not to hang one. Left-hand hitter, excellent power. Cut on and missed.
A good splitter right there from Koji.
Angels tonight with runners in scoring position, 1 for 7. The grand slam, the only hit.
And he's sitting back as an on-deck hitter, and you're saying, man, he's throwing a lot of fastballs. So you look at fastball first pitch, don't get it. Get the split-fingered fastball.
Been a lot of hits in this game. The Sox have 14. The Angels have 11. Tried to hold up. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Alan Porter, and it's 0-2.
I get a kick out of Vasquez. He had his head nodding to the third base umpire. Yes, he did go. Watch him. Yes, he did. He did. He did.
The Red Sox want to ride another one up high here and get him. Robinson at second, Simmons at first. 2 strikes on Calhoun, and he'll ask for time. Red Sox ahead 5-4, 8th inning. Koji's had his number in the past. Here's the 0-2. He bounced it. So now Vasquez out for a visit to talk about what to do here on 1 and 2.
It's like Koji making that decision right there. And now Bogaerts wants to know what he's going to throw so he can position himself. If it's going to be a split-fingered fastball, he'll play him more to pull. If it's going to be a fastball, he'll play him more up the middle.
Robinson, the tying run at second for the Angels here in the 8th. Uehara with a 1-2. Fouled away. If you're just joining us, as we get closer and closer to midnight, we did have a 1 hour and 35-minute rain delay. And some really hard rains at Fenway for a while. Lightning and thunder, it's all gone now. And a very tight ball game. Koji looking for the magic now. Here comes the 1-2. He left it up top with a fastball. 2-2.
He wanted to go high, but not quite that high. He wanted something tempting that Calhoun would swing at and either pop him up or strike him out.
Mike Trout on deck. They lead at first and second. And now Calhoun again gets time. Now back in. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Long look in, and again time, and now Vasquez has to go out to the hill.
And Bogaerts is going to come in and see what pitch they decide on for positioning. He'll relay that information to Pedroia. Shaw at first base.
And now Calhoun to swing in the other foot. The Angels have had a man cut down by the Red Sox at home plate on their bunt. Koji trying to end the inning. Swung on and foul, tipped in the mid for strike 3. He got him. Koji holds. They strand 2. Red Sox up by 1. Our poll question presented by People's United Bank. Jerry, we see what topics people can vote on to hear you talk about on NESN Sports today. David Ortiz with home run number 522. Stephen Wright's night or the return of Brock Holt. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. So on to the last half of the 8th. Red Sox with a 5-4 lead. And a ground ball sharply hit off the third baseman. Marte deflects it into left field, and that'll be a base hit for Vasquez. His second hit tonight. He's reached 3 times.
It's a good night for Vasquez. You know, he came into the game 2 for his last 11. Base hit to drive in a run in the 5th inning, and now the base hit to lead off the bottom of the 8th. See how the Red Sox play this with Hernandez. Will they bunt him and try to get Vasquez into scoring position? Or will they go for a different option, maybe a hit and run?
New catcher back there, Jed Bandy, taking over behind the plate after they ran for Perez. Third baseman Marte creeping in. No bunt right away. A huge cut and a miss for strike 1. Now the Red Sox, if they score a bunch of runs, perhaps Kimbrel wouldn't come in, but he's warming up right now. And you know who's leading off in the 9th inning for the Angels? Mike Trout. So don't go away. That should be a fascinating encounter, as that one is tipped foul at the plate. And oh, by the way, Pujols after him.
Well, that's what closers expect, right? To face the best.
Yep, best against the best. And Kimbrel over the last 4 or 5 years can certainly stake a claim as the best closer in baseball. He has more saves than anybody else. Vasquez aboard. Red Sox looking for some wiggle room. And that's going to just be low at 97. Marco tonight with a base hit in 3 trips, 1 for 3. Mookie Betts to follow. He has a 3-hit game. Chopper to the right side. And a little bobble there, and they're not going to get an out on the play. That was really messed up between Simmons and Giavotella. It's a little bit like the Red Sox outfield mix-up between Holt and Bradley.
Yeah, that was miscommunication between those 2 middle infielders. You can see the ball's tapped, and really the play right there is for Giavotella, in my opinion, to catch the ball and go tag second base and then hope he can get a double play. But then for some reason Simmons came in front of him, and then it made it impossible for any play at all. I think it's Giavotella's ball all the way.
They actually made contact, and they both reached for it. So the Red Sox catch a break. That'll be a base hit. First and second for Mookie Betts. And the Angels are thoroughly anticipating a bunt here, with Pedroia on deck. Mookie with a double and 2 singles. He's also grounded to third.
I'm not sure I'd bunt with Mookie Betts right here. I think, you know, top of the order, a couple men on. I think I might let him swing away, and I'll probably be wrong, but that would be my choice.
Really swinging the bat well, and he did not indicate a bunt as he takes a ball. Mookie with a run scored back in the first inning, leads the majors in runs. Also leads the majors with 34 multi-hit games. The righty's 1-0, fouled away. Have you heard of NESN's new automotive website? Give it a visit at NESNfuel.com. You can get caught up on the continuing saga of the failed Grand Prix of Boston event and much more. Vasquez and Hernandez on at second and first. Nobody out here in the 8th. Red Sox trying to add on to a 5-4 lead. Outside with a fastball. Sox coming off a terrible month of June, but trying to get July started on the right note despite the rain delay. Ramirez 2-1 in there for a strike. He can bring it. He's 96 to 98. Another run would make Kimbrel's job a whole lot easier, especially with the lineup he has to face in the ninth. And that is just a little bit low, not by much.
I think Mookie's very fortunate to still be standing at home plate.
Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, fifth pitch right there. You can see catching the bottom of the strike zone.
Nobody out. The 3-2. Ground ball to the right side. Cron goes to second. Got the out there. Fake toss and now back to third. But Vasquez is on the bag anyway. So they only get the man in the middle. That's Hernandez. Mookie at first base. They were not going to double him up. So they're on the corners with one down.
Yeah, that's worth a gamble right there by Simmons because you're not going to get a double play with Betts going down the line. So what do? You fake a throw to first base and hope that you catch the runner off third base rounding the bag. He spins, and Vasquez, you can see, just turns at the last minute. Fortunately, he was only a step off the bag.
So Dustin Pedroia can get another run up there. He's gone 1 for 4 with a single. He ran his hitting streak to 6 in a row with a 6th inning hit. Vasquez 90 feet away. And we'll see what Mookie Betts is up to. He leads the club in stolen bases. Pretty good lead over there at first.
Yeah, I'd send him.
He's running immediately. Pitch low and no throw. The fake by Bandy. So another theft from Mookie Betts. And now 2 men in scoring position.
Now, the reason I say send him is because they're not going to throw through. I mean, there's no way they're going to throw through in this situation with a potential another run scoring from third base. So it's almost a gimme for Mookie Betts, and they know that.
Number 13 for Betts. Infield creeping in. And the 1-0. Check swing, and he fouled it back. So to count 1 ball and 1 strike on Pedroia. Outfield pretty deep, particularly Trout center likes to play deep anyway. And time granted Dustin Pedroia.
Generally in this situation they play contact with 1 out, but I'm not sure they'll do that with Bogarts on deck.
Fouled back. He took quite a rip there in a 97-mile-an-hour heater.
And what I mean by contact, obviously, if there's a ground ball hit, even with the infield in, they would take off a home. The runner at third would take off a home. But I don't think they'll do that with Bogarts on deck.
Right at the witching hour, and the 1-2 cut on and missed. He struck him out. 2 away. Bogarts next.
High fastball that time. Again, that good velocity and just about impossible to catch up to. See Pedroia very upset about swinging at a pitch that was up and out of the strike zone and leaving a couple of men in scoring position.
Bogarts has an RBI tonight with a ground out. He's also walked, struck out, and hit into a double play. So he's yet to register a hit, hitting .338. Vasquez at second, and Betts at first. And strike 1. As he started him with a breaking ball, the slider. Kimbrel is ready to work the 9th. And the 0-1. Flared foul.
Well, he's going to come in, and it's either going to be with a 5-4 lead or possibly a 7-4 lead. Base hit right here could get 2 in. We'll get 2 in.
Angels have due up in the 9th. Trout, Pujols, and Marte. 0-2. Got a piece again. Xander with 110 hits. That's second most in the majors. Ortiz on deck. Ortiz has gone 3 for 4 with a homer tonight. Ramirez ready, man. The 0-2. Grounded foul. They've gone to the 6th inning in Seattle. Baltimore still has a 2-1 lead. Toronto, as we told you earlier, lost in 19 innings to Cleveland, 2-1. That is a long way to go to lose. Over 6 hours. Ramirez 0-2 pitch. Now 1-2 on Xander. It has been a long night here at Fenway, and now it's into a new morning. Thanks to a more than hour-and-a-half rain delay. 5-4 Boston. It's been that way since the 6th inning. Here comes the 1-2. Toward the middle. Simmons has it. Scoops, fires, and he gets him. Tremendous range for the Gold Glover. Side retired. So we go to the 9th. Kimbrel coming on. Red Sox trying to put this one into the win column. Is going to bat for the Jimmy Fund again this year. Bob will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund for every game saved. Everybody saves at Bob's, the only choice for untouchable furniture value. Available in store or at mybobs.com. So if you're still up at this hour, this should be very entertaining for you. Red Sox trying to lock up the win. Kimbrel on for the save, which would be his 17th, but he has to go through Mike Trout and Albert Pujols at the very start of it, and Trout to dig in 2 for 4 tonight with a double and a single. And a right-hander's first one to him. That was bouncing by him, and he swung and missed it.
It's almost like Trout was had his mind set on a fastball. Instead, he got the curveball and completely fooled on that swing.
I'm not sure he's capable of missing a pitch by that much.
Well, you can do that when you're thinking about a fastball that's 97, 98.
Here's the 0-1. In there at 99. He's ready for this encounter. 0-2 on Trout.
Top of the strike zone again. A questionable call against Trout. He's had a few of those tonight.
Here comes the 0-2. Again 99. Red Sox are 37-0 and leading after 8 innings this season. Tommy Lane is throwing in the bullpen. A ball, 2 strikes on Trout. Here comes the breaking ball again. 2-2.
That time Trout had a much better look at the breaking ball. No bite on that one.
Pujols on deck. Trout was 17 homers, 53 RBIs, hitting .325. Here's the 2-2 from Kimbrel. Overthrew that fastball at 98. So now he's gone full on him. He had him down 0-2. They've only faced each other one other time, and Kimbrel did walk him then. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Mike Trout. And he missed with it for ball 4. So he walks him to start the 9th inning.
Now back to the fastball and not getting the corner this time. Well away. Everything was away from Trout in that at bat. Now again, Trout becomes a threat to steal.
Stole a base in the 7th inning after he singled. So the tying run is again aboard for the Angels. It's been the case for the last 3 innings. First one to Albert Pujols. He jerked that one outside for ball 1. We have seen Kimbrel occasionally get into this habit of jerking that fastball. Pujols will certainly take a walk. He has walked twice tonight and doubled. Maybe not the hitter he used to be, hitting .249. This guy is a former batting champ, but still very dangerous. Pujols is 3 for 5 lifetime against Kimbrel. The 1-0. In for a strike. Red Sox ahead 5-4 in the 9th. Trying to squeeze out a victory to start the homestand. Here's the 1-1. And ricochets away, but no advance. Vasquez got to it quickly, and Trout could not move.
And that was very fortunate. That ball deflected up the first base line, because if it goes in the other direction, Trout is heading toward second base. But once he sees that ball go toward first base, he figures he better hold up. He could run right here.
Throw over. Not in time to get him.
Late reaction by Trout at first base on that crossover step and dive.
Pujols with 14 home runs. Red Sox scored in the 1st inning. And again in the fourth, had a 5-0 lead after 5. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Runner holding. Big swing and a miss on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Now I was watching Trout at first base, and it looks like he was taking off but didn't get a good jump. Stumbled a little bit. There's the fastball going by Pujols. Watch Trout at first base kind of go towards second, but then stops.
Kimbrel trying to finish Pujols. Did you see Paul Nart, first base umpire, dart back?
That ball was headed right for him.
He thought he was going to get drilled on that throw. Yikes. Probably about 97 right at him. The 2-2 to Albert Pujols. High fly ball into center field. Backing up Jackie Bradley, and he's there on the track to make the catch. Trout back to first. One big out here in the 9th inning.
Sounded good off the bat, but not getting the carry. And Bradley makes an easy play out of it in the outfield. Back close to the warning track, probably on the warning track. And Pujols knows he just missed it.
Brings up Marte now. He's hit into a double play already tonight. If he does it again right here, we all go home. Pops it up instead. Pedroia with the play. 2 down. Marte going after the very first pitch. And that'll send up Daniel Nava, former Red Sox outfielder, who has gone 1 for 3 tonight with a walk and a run. He was aboard when Cron hit the grand slam in the 6th inning that made it a ball game. Score's been frozen right there ever since, and now the Red Sox trying to win it 5-4. 1 out away. Trout, who led off this 9th inning by taking a walk, still there at first base.
And he's been getting a lot of attention too from Craig Kimbrel.
Game that is now moved into Saturday morning as the Red Sox in front 5-4. And the first one to Nava. That's a strike. Oh, and 1 on Daniel.
I would be very surprised if this game ends with Trout still at first base.
Keeping him close. He's thrown over a bunch of times. Kimbrel trying to lock up his 17th save. One strike on Nava. Runner holding. There's a line drive down the right field line. Fair ball down into the corner, and that takes a jump up into the stands. It jumped into the stands, and the Red Sox catch a giant break.
Wow.
Trout has to be stopped at third base. 2 bases for Nava because of the bounce into the crowd.
I did not think that ball was going to bounce up into the crowd, and what a break that is for the Red Sox, because that is a guaranteed run if it stays in play.
No question.
Guaranteed. With Trout running from first base, I mean, it's going to be no contest. And look how far out that ball hit and still caromed its way around into the stands.
So that'll send up Cron. Runners at second and third. Now they're pausing here on Socha.
I'll tell you what they're thinking about is fan interference, because that ball looked to me like it hit the top of the wall a couple of times and then a fan grabbed it. And I think that's what they're going to talk about right here. This is going to be a huge call. If we could replay that back again, watch it again. The ball never does go into the stands. It hits the top of the wall, as you can see, after the bounce, right here. Stays on top of the wall. Nobody's touched it yet, and then the fan does. So the ball never really got into the foul territory.
So they have gone to New York for this one.
I got a bad feeling about this one, Dave.
A fan lunges out there and grabs it.
But it never got into the seats. That's my point.
Yeah.
It bounces on top of the wall, as you can see right here, right there, and then it bounces again, and the fan reaches out and grabs it.
Yep.
I got a bad feeling about this.
So if they send him home,
they will.
On the interference, that will tie the ball game.
If they call fan interference on that, they're gonna send him home.
Mike Trout had to be held at third base initially because it was ruled into the stands, but now they're taking a look here at 12:20 a.m. in New York City. Now let's see what they determine in the end. Daniel Nava knocking one down the line.
One more look. Does this ball ever go into the stands? I don't think so. Bounce and watch the fan reach out. Never got into the stands.
Yep, I agree with you.
And that's fan interference. And then it's in the judgment of the umpire where the runners would have ended up.
And there's no question he would have scored.
And where they're going to end up is that one's going to score, one's going to go to third base, because that would have been probably a triple.
Yeah, that's up to the umpires where to place the runners. Now, look fairly, and I would say plainly obvious to you and I, that it's fan interference.
I think it is. I really do. I would be stunned if this doesn't go the Angel way. I'm hoping it doesn't, but I'll be very surprised.
And here's the response from New York. So they're going to rule no fan interference here.
That is a big break.
Wow.
For the Red Sox.
So no run, and Trout is held at third base and Nava at second base.
That is a huge break for the Red Sox, because I did not see it going that way.
I didn't either. How about that? So Crone will get in with runners at second and third and two down. And the Red Sox still with the opportunity to win the ball game here in 9 innings. Ground ball to third. Picked up Hernandez. Spins, throws. He gets him. And the Red Sox win the game 5-4. How about that? No interference. That call goes the Red Sox way. Not a lot went Scioscia's way tonight, including that bunt. And the Red Sox hang on and win it. TC 5-4 the final to get July off to a nice start.